Hey guys, before we get into the podcast, this episode is sponsored by Alka-Power, Australia's #1 alkaline water, trusted for its high pH and ultra hydrating benefits. Whether you're training, recovering, or just staying sharp, Alka-Power helps you keep your body in balance. Find it in major supermarkets, health food stores, and selected petrol stations across Australia. Go to alkapower.com.au if you want to learn more. Nutrition Warehouse, not your average supplement store. If you're serious about lifting, this is the place. No fluffs, just high quality proteins and pre-workouts. Every supplement need that you would require, found under one roof inside every Nutrition Warehouse store. Over 120 stores across Australia and New Zealand, and founded by former Mr. World NABBA champion Grant Mayo. Nutrition Warehouse is built for lifters who mean business. Shop in store or online, nutritionwarehouse.com.au, and grab a cheeky 50% off, that's 15% off, by using discount code MUSCLETALKS, either online or in store. Seriously, skip the random tubs and wandering aisles. These guys are legends. They've got your stack, they've got your back. Nutrition Warehouse, macro foods, ready-made meals that actually hit your macros. Tasty, high-protein meals designed to fuel your goals without the prep time. Head to Macro Foods, that's macrofoods with a Z.com.au, and use code MTP10 for 10% off all your orders. macrofoods.com.au and use code MTP10 for 10% off all your orders.
I've always had this drive. I can never just give up. We just went at it. I mean, it's interesting watching people's videos now where they'll start training and at the end of the training, they won't be as strong. We would be just as strong at the beginning as we was at the end. I would have an incredible workout and I would be angry afterwards. How do I outdo that workout? I always knew that I was trying to copy off them, but I knew that I wanted to eventually create my own aura, and which I eventually was able to do. Everything that I'd ever went through, no matter how bad it was, prepared me for this moment. I knew that was going to be just my next platform. We've all looked at people who are an amputee in one way, and we kind of don't want to stare. We kind of look from the side of our eye, wow, I wonder what's life for them? What's their story? And then getting into that car crash was devastating. That, sent me into some really dark thoughts. And I ended up going to the Mr. Olympia that year. And it's everybody had leapfrogged ahead. How do I catch these guys? And the car crash, that was rough because, it was written that I was going to be #1 that year. I'd done well. I took off. I didn't do the Ironman. I didn't do the Honor Classic that year. And I was just sitting waiting for the Olympia. All the multiple surgeries I had from that, I had 9 surgeries in 11 weeks, and I was in the hospital for about a year. It's interesting how many life-threatening health problems that I've had. Every one of them I fought to come back, yet I'm thinking that I want to take my life. Could have easily given up when I had the car crash or the kidney transplant or all the surgeries. I could have just easily given up, but I fought.
Born and bred in Fresno, the ghetto. There's first and there's last. No one goes for a silver for a second. Always been that type of person, all in, all out. Your weakest moments are actually your strongest. You got to surrender. Who plays KLF and Michael Jackson and a reggae track on a posing routine on stage? Well, Flex does. He was better at martial arts than he was at bodybuilding. How could that be? Great athletes have adversaries. Each generation of men is a weaker version. We're going to start with that one, tell me. The Sultan of Symmetry. We make the gift easy, we make the gift hard. First Olympia, straight to second place, 5 times Ironman Pro champion, Night of Champions, Olympia, yet so close, yet so far, but against some real competition. 4 times Arnold Classic winner, help me welcome, the greatest thing about me is Flex Wheeler. The worst thing about me is Flex Wheeler. Welcome, Kenneth Flex Wheeler.
It's an honor. Sorry for putting you off so long, but we got it now.
That's
good.
all right. It's, you know what? I'm tenacious, by the way. I'll let you probably noticed that.
I appreciate your consistency.
Yeah,
I appreciate
it. And at the end of the day, I want you on, so I've got to show patience and be polite. So it's, and who am I? Actually, who are we all? But exactly. But having said that, who are we? And we had a little chat beforehand, but let's start with this. And, I'll give credit where credit's due on who they were. On a podcast, on the Overcome podcast, you said, each generation of men are a weaker version of the men we were before. And when you look back at the 1990s, they were builders or building skyscraper with no nets, no chains, just walking on beams, hanging their legs off the side and eating lunch. Or if we go way back to biblical times, walking for days. And sometimes they were old men that would travel to foreign, distant lands. Now it's just a different version of people. It is what it is. It's an evolution of life. But is it a good one, Flex? Let's talk about that.
You know what? Obviously, I'm a believer. So
Me too.
I believe that, the book is written and we have our roles to play. So, in my understanding, everything is in perfect harmony with my Father in heaven. So, there is no going back. There is no what if this. I think things happen for a reason, and He give us the ability to respond to it properly or not. So, it is what it is. It is what it is.
But do you think because how I read it, and like I said, in my own layman's terms, I'll tell you something funny. I don't know about you. Did you ever cut grass? You ever cut grass?
Yeah, of course I do.
Who taught you to cut grass? I bet you nobody. You just got thrown the lawnmower.
My mother, my brothers.
Yeah, but they probably said grab the lawnmower and go and cut some grass, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you know how to use a wheelbarrow? Yeah?
No, I've never used one, but I think fundamentally I would know how to.
Yeah. But today, if I said to my son, go use the wheelbarrow, he's going to take out everyone's fences. Yeah. He's going to take out the whole street with the wheelbarrow. Yeah. And if I said to my son, go mow the lawn, he'll say, what? Where do I start? And doing the perfect lines. I've got a son too, so I get it. But what has happened? Less was more before. No one spoke. We just went and did it. We watched.
No, definitely. Definitely. I'm sure you come from an era where, you got spankings, or if you backtalk or something like that, you got a whack on the beak. I just think that, it's just different eras. It's again, I got to refer back to the Bible. It's written that things are going to get worse and worse and worse. And we can see that.
Wow,
from when we were kids to now. We can see the evolution of things that are just getting worse. Here we are now, and especially in the United States, in some of the worst times ever, and globally, because of what's happening here, globally, it's affecting everything. We have wars and all that stuff. So, I don't have that answer. I'm just very aware that. No, back in my times, you told something, go figure it out, go get it done, do it properly. If you didn't do it properly, you got a little talking to, and you went back out there and you did it until you got it right. Now, I laugh, like I knew how to wash a car. I knew how to keep the house clean.
Yeah.
If I was to tell my son go wash my car, and now he would stare at me like, what did I do wrong?
Of course.
Yeah. It's just different times. Kids are just, I don't know, I just know they're tremendously different, in their perception of life is just different.
Yeah, well,
just different.
I even listen to people's. Like my girlfriend said, my dad's my hero. Now, obviously, she's a mature lady, and I said, And sometimes she tells me stories that her dad took her out, like when she was naughty, her and her brother, he'd drive her out far into the wilderness and said, if you keep behaving like this, I'm going to leave you here. And I said to myself, if I did that to my kids, I'd have an AVO on me, apprehensive violence order. And the funny thing is, my dad, not only did he beat me up, I said, I'm going to tell the police. He beat me up again. He goes, who are you going to tell?
Yeah. No, I remember my son, Darius, he had did something, and, I told him I was going to get a spanking from it. And he's like, I'm going to call the police. I'm like, good. Because when I get out of jail, you're going to get another one. And you do have some good officers. You have seen videos where, a child got a spanking and they called the police, and the police would walk up and like, yeah, good for you. You got a good parent there, good for you. I'd do the same thing. If you came with me, you get the same thing from me. So, it's interesting. We're not allowed to discipline our kids in love, not in hate, not in anger. That's a beating, right? But we're not allowed to discipline our kids in love, but you can have an officer come and discipline them out of hate, and hurt them or take their life, so I just think because we were disciplined at home, we know how to act when we got out in public.
Yeah.
And along with that, if you were acting a fool, in a neighborhood, each parent would give you a spanking until you got all the way home. And then you got a real bad spanking, from your mother after that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's. Hey, guys, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who has subscribed, who is following us on all platforms, but especially here on YouTube. And if you're listening to us on Spotify, please, if you could do us a big favor, which helps us reach more people, get better, bigger, greater. We've already had some great guests anyway. Everyone's been a treat. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you're notified every week a new podcast that is launched. And I just want to say a big thank you. But again, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and enjoy watching Muscle Talks podcasts. Unfortunately, I'm divorced, but I remember saying to my ex-wife, she goes, maybe you need to sit down and talk to him about it. I said, I talked to a 5-year-old. I said, listen, it's okay. We can forget about it. It just happens and we move on. I'd like to sit there in dialogue and get down low and look him in the eyes. I said, some of the things I think my dad did to me in a sense, and all I did was get home late on my BMX, and then I had mallets thrown at me. But you know what? If it is a trauma, let's just say this. If it is a trauma, I still love my dad. Fair enough, man. Jesus Christ. Every uncle I knew was throwing mallets. So it was pretty much the uniform, the unity that had it all going.
Yeah. No, definitely. I talked to my dad. My dad only gave me one spanking. I was just terrified of my dad. He was tall. Yeah. He was a big man, and he had a super deep voice. So just when he talked, I trembled, it was only once I got a spanking, but, and talking to him, his father, who comes, was born back in the 1900s. My grandmother was born in 1909. So I think my grandfather was born in 1904 or something. But back then it wasn't abnormal to get a beating by a stick. That was normal back then. So it's each generation, and obviously I'm sure you wouldn't do the things to your child as your dad did to you, but it did help you become the man that you are.
Oh, try to be a better dad.
So, definitely. So I also believe that we can't discipline or say back in my days to our kids, because it's different times, so I don't think we can raise our kids the way our parents raised us. There's laws now and there's difference. They have opinions. They can call Child Protective Service, all these.
and the police now rock up with cameras, and there's no discretion anymore. Remember, the police would say, I'm going to use my discretion here. Yeah. Now the camera's rolling and you're already spread over the bonnet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm going to say one more thing, since we're on this topic, which is so funny. And I think people, they'd like to have a little bit of laugh and keep it real. What I don't understand is this. We never had social media. We never had emails. We never had mobile phones. And as Greeks, my mum liked to use two weapons of mass destruction. My mum used the wooden spoon. She loved the wooden spoon, right? And she loved throwing her sandals. She loved throwing the sandals at me. But what's funny, how did the Greek Canadians know to do the same thing? And how did the American Canadians know to do? How did this go universal that when I hear stories, they're telling me from other countries that they got hit with a wooden spoon and thrown sandals? And I said, what, telepathy? How did this work?
Like, again, I think, it was just those times, and it was those times, like you said, that just crossed, countries. It was those times that what people did, it's just crazy. But I truly know that, I talk to my kids are very aware of my childhood and how things were good and bad, and they just stare at me like just blinking, like, just. But I just, like my grandmother, when she spanked me, my grandmother was pure love, just unbreakable Christian, and I knew when I was naughty and I got a spanking, I was still angry, but I knew I deserved it.
Of course.
My grandma, she was from the old school where, hey, you went out to the tree and you picked a switch and you brought it back in. And if you pick one too lousy, she went out and picked one. So you didn't want that to happen.
We didn't
want
that.
It was just, it was all love, so we know the difference, but, it's just generational, that's wild that different countries are, doing the same thing. I had the opportunity of going to Greece, Thessaloniki.
Oh, yeah, Thessaloniki. Well done. You nearly got it. You
so
nearly said it like a Greek.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sometimes when you go to those countries, you kind of learn, the proper way you're supposed to speak those words.
There's a song, it goes like this. It goes, Thessaloniki mu pure. I can't say the word. If you look it up, there's a song about Thessaloniki. But anyway, go on.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So you've been anywhere else in Greece?
No, I think that was just it. It was just an event that I got brought over to. So, did a little bit of sightseeing and stuff like that, but didn't get a chance to go to the Greek Isles or anything like that. But I got to tell you, historically, you guys' ability to tell stories is just amazing.
Yeah, we're good at stories, mate. We're still good at stories at our age, mate. We're all about stories.
Yeah, it's just some amazing stories, just that I've heard from Greek, history is like mind-bending.
Well, we believe we created everything and we have every right to destroy it. That's what we believe. But at the same time, well, my dad's from an island. My mum's from Tripoli. Tripoli's down south of the mainland called Lividi. She's surrounded by mountains. My dad is from an island called Samos. Samos, literally, you could swim to Turkey from there. But this is the kicker. There's a little boat kind of, what do you call it? Like, you got your main port where boats come in, and then there's a little one where the yachts and the fishing boats come in. I don't know what you want to call it. But that place is called Pythagorio. Pythagorio means Pythagoras. Pythagoras is from there.
Really?
Mathematician. The Pythagoras is from there. Samos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I did get better in maths later in life, but at the start of school, I was like you at school. I actually never knew what dyslexia was till you spoke about it. Now I think I am.
Yeah. Well, I mean, back in my times as a child, I don't think they really understood what it meant. You've seen it in movies. We're the kids that they would have the big pointed hat on, sitting in the corner with a dummy on it. But it's it was difficult. Being dyslexic and stuff like that. We can get into that if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, we will in a moment. But I want to go with, well, firstly. I'll segue one of my sponsors quickly now. I mean, all of them are here. But Nutrition Warehouse, which is Grant Mayo. Grant Mayo's competed in NABA, competed with Lee Priest. He's up there. But the funny thing, he just texts me and he goes, say hello to Flex for me. Tell him I saw him in 1998. He goes, but I was too afraid to say hello to him. So Grant Mayo from Nutrition Warehouse saw you in person somewhere. I don't know where. And what did he say? I'll tell you now. Let me phrase it correctly. He just did it this morning, Grant Mayo. I walked past him once in 1998. I was too scared to say hi. So,
wow, I wish he would have.
Yeah. Grant Mayo's a pretty good guy. Maybe if you come to Australia, we'll all come.
Been there many times, yeah.
Have you?
Many times, yeah.
Where?
Yeah. Tony Doherty. And,
Tony Doherty.
Before Tony, there was another gentleman.
Paul Graham. Paul Graham?
Yeah. Been there. He's brought me out, I remember he just loved pets, and I'd get in his car and just like pet danders all over the place and everything. But I remember. Yeah, he was, I think, the first chairman of you guys' organization back then.
Well, Tony Doherty still does the IFBB Pro League here, so he's still heavily involved.
Really?
Yeah, he's the main guy. He's doing a great job. I mean, like I said, we'll get into that too. But bodybuilding, I think it's starting to get better. I'm not saying it was ever bad, but we'll talk about that too. But let me go. I want to read. I got my phone out. I don't usually get my phone out, but there was too much to write. So I want to read all your amateur and pro league achievements. I should hear it. All right, because I was reading it. So we've got here, and it's going to take a little while, so be patient. Chris, be patient as well. 1985, Teen America, medium tall, first place. 1990, it's going to be a while, so hang in there. 1989, Contra Costa Championship, light heavyweight, first, overall first. 1989, California champion, light heavyweight, first, overall first. This is all amateur. 1989, Nationals, lightweight, heavyweight, fifth. 1990, Junior Nationals, heavyweight, second. 1991, I won't say heavyweight anymore, USA Championship, second. 1991, Nationals, second. 1992, USA Championships, overall, first. Now let's get into his little professional career, and that is 1993, Ironman Pro Invitational, first. 1993, Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, first. Wow, all these first place straight away in your pro time, 1990, that in itself, and again, you mentioned something about people becoming pros. 1993, Grand Prix France, first. Germany, 93, first. 1995, Ironman Pro, first. International, that is. 1995, Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, second. 1995, South Beach Pro, first. 1995, Mr. Olympia, eighth. Obviously, I said 1993 at Mr. Olympia. That's when you were second, like your first time jumping on it. 1995 Grand Prix Spain, fifth. Keep going, Stephen. 1993 Ironman Pro International, first. 1993, because I don't think I want everyone to hear this, yeah? 1993 Arnold, because we all want to say your stories, but let's talk about this. 1993 Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, obviously, first. 1993 Mr. Olympia, look at you, second. Oh, am I repeating something here? No. Am I repeating it?
Yeah.
Hang on. Something went wrong. Hang in there. What did I get?
I think you were at 90.
Wait a second. No, 1995, fifth. I've got to go there. Sorry.
Yeah.
1995. Oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry. My fault. 1995. I think I said, obviously, just do quickly 95 again. Ironman Pro Invitational, first. Arnold, second place. South Beach Pro, first. That's 95. Mr. Olympia, eighth. 1995, Grand Prix Spain, fifth. Now we go to 1996, Ironman Pro, first. 1996, Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, second. Night of Champions in 96, first. 96, Canada Pro, second. 96, Florida Cup Pro, first. Remember, this is Pro League. All right, let's just go with this. 1996, Mr. Olympia, fourth. 97, Ironman Pro, first. 97, Arnold Schwarzenegger, first. Classic, obviously. San Jose Pro, first. International, Ironman Pro International. That's 97, San Joseph. 98, Ironman Pro, first. Sorry, getting there. 1998, Arnold 98 again, Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, first. 1998, Mr. Olympia, second, which was that moment. 1998, 1999 Grand Prix England, second. 99 Pro World, second. 99 Olympia, second. 2000 Olympia, third. 2000 Hungarian Grand Prix, first. 2000 Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, first. 2000 Ironman Pro International, second. 2002 Mr. Olympia, seventh. 2003 Ironman Pro International, third. And then 2017 Mr. Olympia Classic Physique, 15th. Now, I've read this out for Sean Ray and Milosh, and I've read it out for you. I mean, what was going on back then? You guys were like Formula One cars, going to different places and just trying to get in that grid. Yeah. And then racing each other for points, which points didn't really matter. Let's just say that.
Yeah. No, it was no points back then. Yeah. It was no points back then at all. It was just, we understood as back then as pros, we don't make money sitting at home.
Yeah. You did.
So we competed, some competed for titles. I've always said I competed for, money. I was a professional.
Yeah, of course you
It
did.
wasn't a sport to me. It was a job, and I didn't make money sitting at home. So I would strategically understand based on who was competing in that show, my chances of winning, my chances of second or third. So I just went for it. I just went for it, and then after that, just guest posing all over the world.
Do you think as well, today's bodybuilders, because even Lee Haney days, I mean, Dorian Yates, he went underground definitely, but a lot of you guys, not only did you bodybuild, but you enjoyed fashion, you enjoyed cars, you enjoyed mingling. But the thing is, I think you used also the competitions to see the world, right? All of you guys.
Oh yeah.
And but what happened? What's happened to? And we'll get into today's body. But what's happened today, where everyone just waits for a competition, get in and go for Olympia? Like it's just like, haven't they missed out on all the glory, the possibility of money making, the possibility of being on covers? I mean, not so much in the magazines now, but these guys, they win the Hawaiian Pro and they sit back, just wait for Olympia. Like they got the Olympia invitation and that's it. And you know what is that? To get it wrong and come 22nd, like to get it wrong when you could get it wrong many times before Olympia, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know their thinking now. I don't know if it's they don't feel that they can repeat their condition over and over. I mean, again, it's just history. I come before like Mike Christian and Gary Stridham and all those, and they competed all over the world. They did all the Grand Prix. It was normal back then to do all the Grand Prix, do the Olympia, and then after that, do all the Grand Prix. I mean, we would fly out on Friday. We would compete, Friday night. We'd fly to another country. It's that Saturday morning we compete, fly to another country that Saturday night. That Sunday we compete, and then we stay there and travel to another destination, the following week. So it was just normal. We come from that generation, and I don't get it, especially, I mean, I don't mind, a person believing that they can be Mr. Olympia. And now, right now, the Olympia title has changed hands more often than ever in my time, before. But it was just kind of like, very much well known that that's, I remember just laying in a room, like we would be in certain rooms at the Olympia, and I would be in a room with someone who just like, unfortunately, they probably wouldn't even be top 15. And they're talking about how they're going to win and this, that, and the other. And I would just listen to them and I'd be like, wow, it's just, there's nothing wrong with winning, but I think also you need to be aware of your abilities and not put yourself in a position of delusion of grandeur. So I truly don't get it why guys don't compete more. Now, I do know there's not as many Grand Prix as there used to be. There's not as many shows, as there used to be. It's just trains, tremendously. But, there's still a lot of shows that the pros don't go out to. And I even remember a few years ago where the federation was asking, hey, listen, you got to go out and support these shows. You can't just sit back and wait for the Olympia. These other promoters are putting on shows. They need you guys to come out and support. So it was just normal. And I couldn't wait. Always at the beginning of the year, it was always the Ironman and the Arnold. And then right after the Arnold, there was Grand Prix, in England and France. So we went there, and then you come back and you train and you travel around the world, doing appearances and stuff like that. And you get ready for Olympia. And then obviously right after Olympia, that Monday, you're flying out and you're going to do 7 Grand Prix. And it was great. It was just great. We got to see the world. It was an amazing time. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't have an answer for you.
Well, I'm going to use my little business mind, all right? I'm going to do it like this. I think Joe Weider was gifted in what he did and how he did it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know him personally. I don't know. Like I said, from what I know, and a lot of people say good things about him, but they also believe he was a taskmaster as well, I guess. But he knew that the bodybuilders brought money to the game, right? And he knew magazines and sponsors would pay money for the best of the best. I think, and if the federations are listening, I think they're all trying to make money on registrations. They're making money off the back of athletes, and they're not making money off the back of ticket sales, sponsorship. Sponsors should be paying big dollars, and those big dollars should be the top 10 always going at each other all year. It doesn't matter if 11, 12 and new ones come along and they, like Ronnie Coleman came out of nowhere. So I guess they just need to look back and realize when you watch Formula One, it's not just the car, it's the driver. It's the driver. And here we are, we don't even know every year there's a different Olympia lineup. Like you don't even, where you guys, it was, there's Milosh, there's Lee, there's Sean, there's Ronnie, there's this, there's Flex Wheeler, there's,
we were promoted. I mean, like you said, I have nothing but good things to say about Joe. I mean, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even be talking now. There wouldn't be support, so, but he knew how to utilize the athletes and take, a person and suit them up into stardom by just having magazines and, going into the shows, they would talk about us and then they would talk about us at the show and stuff like that. So it was great marketing, but he knew that the athlete came first. It sold the magazines. And I remember, I was upset with him because I never had got a muscle and fitness cover, but I'd been on the cover of all the other magazines around the world and, Flex magazine. And, even though his answer hurt, I had to understand it and I had to agree. His answer was like, listen, Flex, you get, covers all around the world because it's not that many Black people there. He goes, how about this? If I put you on a cover and I lose money, I'll take part of your contract back. If I make money, then you're all right. And I'm like, I can't take that risk. He goes, exactly. I can't take that risk. So I was like, when he said it like that, I understood business-wise, but again, he knew how to market. He knew how to utilize. I mean, back then, there was tons of sponsors. Sponsors had to pay for their ads in magazines. Then, and he also knew that the athletes was the show. That's who people came to see. So, it's just different times now.
Well, the thing is, look at Joe. I mean, anyone could say that's racism and they could say that. He's not, he's just telling you something that he's not happy about either. He can't change what he's not happy about. But the other thing is, what's ruined it? I'll tell you what's also ruined it. And I'll just tell you what, sponsors don't even want to pay anymore. They just give out discount codes. Like, what the hell are these discount codes and commission? And not only that, they give it to some guy at a show with his shirt off, and it's kind of like the influencer that has 1 million followers will just give him a commission structure and a discount code, but will pretend he's sponsored. But that's all free media to us. I mean, I've seen them come too. I've seen it in the podcast world, and I work hard to change that. I mean, these are real sponsors, and we're not the biggest, but we're the best. And that's all that matters, And I know that I've got Flex Wheeler on. And if I'm this Australian guy that can get Flex Wheeler on, I must be invested a lot to want to succeed. You know what I'm trying to say? Besides, I like the underdog. I've had the nobodies on here. Everybody has a place here. But I think the federations need to switch on, and they need to cement a top 10 that is going to go against each other for a while and put some demands in place, but let those guys make some money, make them work for it. Because if it keeps going the way it's going, like, I know this is going to sound bad. I'll pretend I'm Joe Weider. It's going to be all bikini. And it's probably going to be all men's physique. And I've got no problem with it. But at the end of the day, you're just not making the main event like as aggressive and big and sexy and everything about it. So like I said, I think everyone doesn't want to say too much, and everybody's not getting out to the crowds and shaking hands, and they're not taking off their tops. Like, you know what I mean? Ed Connors said, you've got a beautiful body, show it off and make people pay for that body. Make sponsors pay for your body. That's what you're selling.
Yeah.
But instead you're holding these jumpers on and the influencers are taking off their tops.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's really interesting. Known sponsors that say like, I'll give you clothes or I'll give you a coat. In my ignorance, of course you're going to give me clothes. You want me to wear your clothes for marketing.
Yeah.
But I mean, Joe's the one who started that. He was the first to start paying athletes. And then, we had the WBF that came out and then everybody started paying athletes. We knew that, you had to be paid. And, I was honored that right on the USA stage, Jim Mannion and Joe Weider are holding up my hand, and Jim Mannion's like, "You make sure you give this kid a contract." And Joe's like, "I'll give him a contract." And that Monday I was called in, and he gave me a contract. So it was just different times. It was more competitive then. You had Muscle Tech and other companies, with tons of athletes. But yeah, now it's just I don't hold it against that. Influencer had made an ability to make money, because I don't want to take away anybody's ability to make money.
No, you don't want that.
But yeah, it's just really interesting that the sport was built on a lot of our backs, but now you just have a person who has a million followers because they came along in the digital age. Imagine if the digital age was back in the 90s. All of us would have billions of followers.
You'd be millionaires.
It's just because it was birthed during their time, they were able to, excel in that. But again, I don't hold it against it. I know a lot of people will come up to me in my line like, "Hey, man, that's just not cool. The guy has never competed, and he has a line, around it, around the doggone building. Here it is, yours isn't." I'm like, I can't hold it against that person that they found the ability to make money. I'm not gonna take that away from them.
Yeah, but the thing is, I want to say, like, I'll say it because Jesus Christ, I'm not that famous and you can't destroy everything. But what I do know is what makes me laugh is this, and what I'm seeing at the moment. We've got 22-year-olds being life coaches. I mean, I don't understand. I've done some good things. I've done some bad things. I've had children and brought them up. I've been divorced. I've been married for 22 years.
You've lived life.
I've lived life. Maybe I can be now a life coach if you want me to. And I still don't believe I can be a life coach. And then we've got people, I've told people this story, and I'll tell you this story as well. I remember one guy, God love him, he rocked up at my house. He was a financial advisor. He rocks up at my house in a Kia, right? And I'm not worried about that.
Right.
But I'm going like, he's coming in to tell me how to make money, and I've got 6 cars outside, probably $250,000 worth of cars, and I didn't show him my garage or my motorcycles and my artwork around. I mean, sometimes I'm asset rich but cash poor. But
yeah,
I felt like saying, maybe I should tell you, bro. I asked him, do you know which part of Australia, like which state you reckon is going to boom next? And he goes, I don't. I said, then what are you advising me with? Let me guess. My superannuation, which is basically your textbook. You're just got this textbook in front of you.
Yeah.
So in other words, and then we've got guys putting on a polo shirt, standing out the front of the bank, pretending they're millionaires, and please subscribe to me and I'll show you how to make money. But when they walk away, they hop in a Kia. I mean, look, Richard Branson to me, he should tell me what to do. Bezos should tell me what to do. Maybe, Steve, Apple guy, yes.
Steve Jobs.
What I mean is, and they didn't even tell me what to do. They just spoke and we listened because they were there.
Yeah, and they did it.
And they did it. So.
No, I agree. I was just on another podcast, and we were talking about trainers.
Yep.
And I would see these trainers at a gym, and they would have like master trainer on their back, and there's some young kid, and I'm like, wow, what does it take to be like not just a trainer but a master
trainer? And what's funny is they're becoming nutritionists, but they go do this $10,000 course that you don't even have to study for, but they'll email it to you after 5 days.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, and then because it's certified, because the government allowed it to be certified, and everyone gets. See, it's the kickback world at the moment, and unfortunately, like Joe Weider and everybody, you know, we like when I wanted to buy property, when I bought property, I used to drive to the suburb to imagine it. And I didn't even know what visualization was, but I used to just drive to the suburb. And then I used to look at the real estate's windows and look at it. I mean, like I said to you, we put in the work. We drive at 10 o'clock at night to places. You get in the car, you're motivated, and you think, oh, I'll go look at this right now at 10 o'clock at night.
Sure.
You know, I don't know. It's changed a lot, hasn't it?
It has. It truly has. I mean, you know, it's, you know, the internet, you can have a person who steals a legitimate person's work and photos.
Yes.
And you do a better marketing job of that real person. And now you are that person. And if that real person is ever brought up, they'll be looked at as a person who copied the other person. But it's about gimmicks and marketing, you know, all these you know, trainers and, hey, I can show you how to make this type of money and stuff like that. You know, you're right. You know, a lot of them will be renting, you know, a house just to shoot that video and get tons of content. And I mean, content is valuable. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, we live in a world now where, you know, people just believe that, you know, they believe it because a person, you know, I remember like when that first started happening, people, they would look at your followers before they would hire you. And they would always talk about certain people have these type of followers. I'm like, but would they buy your product? Yeah. What are they really selling? Are they selling just, you know, TNA as a woman? Or if this person is like doing a lot of cussing, or if they're talking about a bunch of drugs, they have a following. I'm like, listen, you know, there's more people in the world that'll drive by and flip you off versus people who will walk up to you and flip you off. So, you know, there's just a lot of more just people who are just like that. So that's why you have these, you know, long lines of maybe these, you know, just these influencers and influencing what? You know, what are they really influencing?
It's airspace, mate. It's airspace. Look, I something you said, like even, all right, let's we'll move on from this point, but I'll just say this, not because I'm trying to move it on. I'm just saying this podcast, you can go look at how many followers we have. We have 4,500 followers. But when I started this 2 years ago, Chris told me we got to have 100,000 or 1 million. I said, watch me prove it wrong. Watch me prove this wrong, and I'll show you, because it's not about who follows us, it's who's watching us, and also authenticity. If I can just stick to what I really want to do and the message I want to send, we'll turn this into something. But when I look at it, I guess this is what, I'm not saying you don't know this, I'm just saying, but people, if I see your post and I like it, not like it like I touch it, I like it, I'm watching it. Right. That is gold. Everyone thinks likes and follows means something. No, look at your analytics on views, because sometimes I watch a video that's comical, like, oh my God, that guy is so funny, but I just forgot to like it. But so the thing is to soak up your views, to make people start watching it. Don't worry about followers. We can buy them from India. We can buy them from some country, and they're probably asleep. But I think these people are trying to, you know, fool us. And I think we're getting smarter. And I think everyone's got to start to learn to say no. So then it becomes like, if people are offering really good bodybuilders discount code and clothing, just say no. Because the more we say no, the more they're going to start paying.
Exactly.
I think,
exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And it's become the norm now. You know, even like some of these, you know, these professionals, you know, they have a person and they're sponsoring by giving them whatever it is that they have to sell, and that's their sponsorship. And, you know, I've been contacted by different companies like, hey, we want to give you a code. And I'm like, you know, I'm sorry.
Don't do it.
I just don't do that. If you use my name, there is the value, you know, and I would tell them honestly, like, listen, maybe your followers just don't like what you're selling. just be. I remember it's like I took it from Tiger Woods. I remember
Yeah, please.
he was representing Buick, and Buick was really doing horrible with their numbers. And he stood firm by like, listen, you got my value. You used my name and my likeness. It's not my fault that people don't like your product.
Yeah.
You still was able to use my name, therefore I get paid.
Yeah.
And I just stand firm on that. And hey, I get it. Hey, some companies like I understand. Okay, let's work it out. And some other companies like I know. Hey, listen, no harm, no foul. But that's just what I stand on. And I think, like you said, we have to have more athletes to stand firm on their value.
Yeah.
But it's honestly become a norm now where we'll give you all what we have to sell our supplements and a code, and then based on that code you'll make money. It's like, no, man, they're using your name and likeness to push this.
Yeah.
So therefore you should get a guaranteed amount, So.
And codes are starting to become numb, as if a code makes me buy anything. If I don't like your product, I'm not going to even put code 10. Like I said to you, thankfully we've turned it into sponsors, but some of the sponsors still want a code going. But I say to them, don't give me commission. You just pay me sponsor, and you can do whatever you want. At least I know authentically, I can say use code Muscle Talks, but my soul and God, like you said, God is watching. I just know I got paid. You want a discount code, but I'm not going to play people because, like I said, at the end of the day, who are we pleasing here? One person and one person only, and that's God. That's who we please.
That's it. That is it. 100%. I'm glad you understand that.
I do.
And I respect some people don't. Hey, I don't beat my chest, with my faith. I try to live a life. When I'm asked about it, I don't run from talking about it. I'm not afraid of talking about it, but I just don't go and beat people down over the head with it. That's just not the way it's supposed to work. So
I just know the truth prevails in silence, and that silence is God. That's it. That's how I look at it. So you said on a recent podcast, your greatest weakness is what you say to yourself. So many times we say we can't do this, we can't do that, all these negative voices. The best thing about the best thing is Flex Wheeler. The worst thing about me is Flex Wheeler. So the best thing about me is Flex Wheeler. The worst thing about me is Flex Wheeler. We are always our own adversaries. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so we always have these negative things. I can do this, and then these voices start saying, "No, you can't." And I get it. Some people don't listen to those voices, and they just go out and try. But I think more so people are like that. It's true. The greatest thing about me is me, and the worst thing about me is me. I've always understood that, and I've always had, just even like I've talked about it, even if I got called out first and a call out, I'll walk out and I'll act very arrogant about being called out first, but my brain would be saying, "Oh my God, they made a mistake. They're going to make me go back immediately." So, but I've learned people they'll take your weaknesses and use them against you.
Oh, they do.
So I've learned like I have to be the opposite of that, or else somebody to see that. But also they'll see in your eyes. If you walk out on stage and you're unsure about yourself and you kind of look at yourself and look around, you might look amazing. But if you're looking like that, people are going to look at you and like, wow, let me look at this person deeper, because obviously they feel a certain way. And I'm sure you've been at a show where a guy maybe just didn't look that great, but man, he was just like full of himself and and the crowd got into clapping for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they put out that type of energy. So I learned that at a young age, but I can't let people know my real thoughts, because there's people who are going to prey on you, for that.
Yeah. No, I do know that sometimes I wonder, especially, and I've learnt myself, you said, I've learnt myself, sometimes I'm watching guys in the posing room and they're like posing, and I look and I said, God, I don't know what he sees. But you know what I turn around and say to myself? But I turned to myself and I said, but that guy, that motherfucker's thinking he's great. And why should I take that away from him?
Yeah.
So I think
100%. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't hold it against a person who has that type of,
as long as they're not arrogant, they don't come at me.
Yeah. And I understand that, a lot of introverts are extreme extroverts when they're out in public.
I'm an introvert
And
too.
there's, I, 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 I literally can't stand watching some of my older videos because I put out a facade that I was just so incredibly arrogant and full of myself. But now people are finding, to understand like, wow, I was just the world's greatest chameleon. I just would, if you gave me a type of energy, I would immediately give you that energy back, whatever it was. If you thought I was a bad person, then I'm like, I'm going to help you believe that by
Yeah.
acting that way around you. If like, it'll be times that I walk in a gym and a person like, wow, man, you're so intense. You didn't even say hi. And I'd be like, with all that you said, why didn't you just say hi and see how I responded? But now that you responded to me negative immediately, I'm just going to walk away and
Yeah.
let you go ahead and think about what you're thinking. So, but yeah, definitely, man. It's
Do,
like I said, we're just living in different times now.
do you think though, I'm branded as arrogant. I'm branded as a know-it-all. I've sometimes my girlfriend says, "Oh yes, king." I said, "Fuck that king business." Like, who the fuck do you think I am? Like. But do you think even when I look at you, you do have the persona, unfortunately, of arrogancy. You're not. But even so does,
Yeah,
I guess. Wait a minute. But so does, I guess, Ronnie Coleman, and he's not really like that. But if you look at Jay Cutler, he looks pretty humbled. If you look at
yeah,
Dorian Yates, he looks pretty quiet. I mean, some
yeah,
great bodybuilders, right? But when you look at some of us, I mean, even Phil Heath looks arrogant.
yeah,
But because he's got a little bit of a frown, maybe he
yeah,
doesn't smile as much.
yeah,
Maybe he's got a swagger on him, and sometimes we don't even mean to have swagger. Like
yeah,
we don't mean it. I just don't
yeah,
mean it, you know. But
yeah.
but do you think it's just we're cursed with it?
I don't think you can judge a book by its cover.
No.
We'll look at a person and they'll act a certain way and we don't know their story behind it. There might be a tremendous story of a person why they're acting like that. Maybe a person is extremely angry and angry towards people. Maybe as a child he was beaten
Yeah,
or
maybe. Yeah.
abused.
Yeah.
We just don't know, but it just, I think from our hearts, it spills over into our actions. But again, everybody has a story and a reason why that way. There are some people out there who are just truly just arrogant and full of themselves and think they're God's gift to, the planet. But, I knew I always didn't want to like be that type of person where that people would think, that I think I'm the best. But I knew also I couldn't let them know how truly like low self-esteem I had. I pretty much had no self-esteem. So, I
Yeah.
just, like I said, at a young age, I learned that when people learn your weaknesses, there's some people who will prey on them.
They do
There's
though.
some people who will help you and try to, help you get over those. But more so than not, there's people who's going to try to use that to your disadvantage. So,
I don't. Yeah, I don't think. Unfortunately, for me, just listening to you, I don't think it goes away. I think we all. I think we're built on insecurities. Myself as well. I think the fact is that we fight so hard to not prove it to others, but to prove it to ourselves. But they get it.
so,
But they get affected somehow.
yeah,
They get affected while we're trying to prove it to ourselves.
yeah, yeah.
They're collateral damage, and we don't even mean to make them collateral
No,
damage.
no, it's a war within ourselves, and
Yeah.
people around us will get affected. But it's truly, like that old saying, "Still waters run deep."
Yeah.
Underneath there might be a turbulent,
Yeah.
currents that are going on, which there are, but on top of the water, it's still,
Yeah.
So it's just I completely agree. That's an excellent way of putting it. They're just collateral damage, but the real wars is win ourselves.
The
Yeah.
collateral damage, man. The amount of oh my god, but it is what it is. Another video of yourself back in the days, in the glory days of '99, in the 1990s. You say, "I didn't really respect the position I was in, having it all until it was taken away from me, and a lot of the other things were taken away from me, where it hits you in a way that it made you mature a lot over that period." And sometimes some things that I really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't know that much about bodybuilding. I wasn't a bodybuilding historian. There
Mm-hmm.
wasn't a lot of magazines in my gym.
Mm-hmm.
I knew of Lee Haney. Of course, I knew of Arnold Schwarzenegger because of the movies.
Yeah.
So that was kind of it.
Yeah.
I like Sean and Milos. They're historians. They studied and they were
Ah,
involved. I wasn't. Even though I competed, it was something to do instead of being out in the street, being in a gang or
mm,
selling drugs. So it was, just that's what I gravitated for because I didn't want to be that type of guy. But because it was a struggle to turn pro. Like you read,
yeah.
I was second a lot.
Yeah.
But once I did turn pro, things just happened like incredibly fast. I mean, my first two pro shows, I made more than I did in my entire life. I made more than my parents did in their entire lives. So I was just propelled to this stardom immediately and had all this money, and didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So I do feel that because things had happened so fast for me, I just didn't really, respect the gifts that I was given. And then also, you got to understand I had no self-esteem.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to value these other things I have because I don't even value myself.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So a lot of that came from that. And, when they're all taken away from me, it was like, wow, that's interesting. It can all go away. Like in '94 when I had a car crash and just everything crashed on me, it was just chopped up like that's life. That's how things come, easy come, easy go. But there was always this drive in me. It's like, even though I talk about I didn't think I would win a show, it was never going to be because I didn't work hard. I just had a belief that I was more or less a realist of what I thought. I'm aware that it can happen, and I'm aware that it may not happen. Let me prepare for it not happening because that's the worst case scenario. Like in martial arts, we prepare for situations that may never happen, but if they do happen, we're prepared for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, that's great. So that's kind of what I meant for that. And, it's just it was a roller coaster ride, but no, I didn't appreciate, my income, my houses, my cars, and anything like that because I didn't appreciate myself. I remember like people would comment like, "Wow, that's a great car," and I'd be like, "That's just a pair of wheels."
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I just would just downplay it because it really was. But I bought that expensive car because I wanted people to look at my assets and say, well, like, wow, you have great assets, so maybe you're a great person, because I didn't feel that I was a great person. And that's where it spawned from, is just having these great things, but only get acceptance from other people, because that's like you just said. Now we live in a digital age, and people will go out and they'll rent cars like I own. They'll lease out houses to do videos like the houses that I own, and they're being phony about it. I was just the opposite. I just didn't respect the things I had because I had no self-esteem. I had no value for myself. So that's where all that's going from.
Well, I think that, as like I said, as we get older, maybe the wisdom, even myself,
Sure.
I've learned, even when I've made money, lost money, and somehow continually losing money. But having said that, what I've come to realize is you need to know where your joy lies. Most importantly, where your joy lies. And for me, obviously, I love the mornings, and I love like my dogs, and I do like some of my cars and my motorcycles, but I'm not going to fuss over anything like that. Like, I don't even wash them. The reason
Yeah.
being is I just want to drive them. So for me, I don't care how I rock up to somewhere, if I rock up in a nice car or motorcycle, as long as, if I want to wear my flip flops, I'm wearing my flip flops, mate. And as long as I
Yeah.
get a long black coffee, I'm in heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if
But
I'm
that's you now.
yeah, that's me now. Yeah,
That wasn't you when you were younger. So
yeah,
I agree. As we get older, we should get wiser.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
should.
there's some people who are our age who are still trying to live a child's lifestyle.
No.
I guess life haven't proven itself to them, well enough. But you should get, wiser as you get older. I know, like, for me, the older I get, the lesser I look like the guy who stood on stage. And that bothers me because I identified with that person, and I remember, speaking to my pastor about it in private, like, wow, man, it's really difficult for me to look at myself and see that I'm getting older. And he's like, but, Flex, that's the way it's supposed to be. The body is going to deteriorate, but, wisdom and your faith's supposed to get stronger. So which version would you prefer to be? The big strong guy physically, or the weaker small guy but stronger faith? And I'm like, yeah, I'll take the other. Just being stronger in faith and weaker in appearance. So
Well,
and also just understanding that all those things that I was working for and trying to obtain, they really don't mean anything. Somebody else is going to own them eventually. We can't take them away from them. Like they said, there's no U-Haul behind a hearse.
no.
All that stuff. So it's you listen to some of these guys like what's his name that we talked about that invented the Apple.
Oh, Steve Jobs.
Yeah. One of his statements was, on his dying bed, it's like, wow, all these things I work for, they don't mean anything now. Life means more to me than those things, but it took that evolution. So, I think all of us go through an evolution of life. Maybe we come out good, maybe we come out bad, but we're supposed to get wiser, as we get older and start valuing. I mean, I'm just like shocked every day that I wake up. I'm like, wow, I'm still here, because I'm truly aware that I've been here longer than I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
So, and there's so many people who pass away who are younger than me. So, I just value that, life where before I didn't value life. I always tried to take my life. I was hyperactive and just doing things, trying to take my life. Now that's the one thing that I value the most. And it's just through life of being wiser, and spiritually.
Hey guys, Nutrition Warehouse, not your average supplement store. If you're serious about lifting, this is the place. With over 120 stores across Australia and New Zealand, and founded by former Mr. World Grant Mayo, Nutrition Warehouse is built for lifters who mean business. Shop in store or online at nutritionwarehouse.com.au. And while you're there, grab a cheeky 50% off at checkout. Use code MUSCLETALKS. That's Muscle Talks either online or in store. How important is hydration? How important is water? Alka Power, Australia's #1 alkaline water, trusted for its high pH and ultra hydrating benefits. Whether you're training, recovering, or just staying sharp, Alka Power helps keep your body in balance, hydrated. Find it in major supermarkets, health food stores, and selected petrol stations across Australia. Australia's #1 alkaline water. So important, alkaline water. I can't stress it enough. High in pH, ultra hydrating. Australia's #1 alkaline, comes in various sizes. And if you'd like to learn more, go to alkapower.com.au. I think, because we're going to bounce around here, but I think, like I said, a podcast is not an interview. It's really a conversation, and we should keep conversation. But the thing is, I guess it is, I'll just say that like this. It is hard for you guys, for you, for Dorian, for Ronnie Coleman, even hard for me to watch Ronnie Coleman. But I said something to Lee Priest once on a podcast. I said, do you feel sorry for Ronnie Coleman, like because of the greatness he was and where he is? And Lee, this is what Lee said. Lee's pretty cool in person, trust me, man. He's a different person.
Yeah.
But he said, no, because Ronnie Coleman doesn't feel sorry for himself. And if he's happy,
Yeah.
I want to be happy for Ronnie. And I just remember Ronnie as being the greatest. And I think myself, probably do wish, I wish Ronnie was like that. I wish Flex still was like this. So, but I guess the most important thing, I think, and what will you, isn't it funny that the world never called bodybuilding a sport once upon a time, right?
Yeah.
But what about this? To be a successful entrepreneur, you have to go to the gym and eat chicken and rice. Wait a minute. If you want to go in a beauty pageant, you have to go to the gym and eat chicken and rice.
Yeah.
If you want to be optimum thinking, perfect husband, go to the gym, eat chicken and rice.
Yeah.
We actually had the formula. We didn't even know, and the world does it.
Yeah.
But what's happening is you guys, some of you guys, aren't sticking to the protocol. Stick to your protocol. You guys brought it on. And the reason you're still here and the reason you're doing what you're doing is that you are the greatest. You're still the greatest, but you need to still believe life is a competition. There's no second place. There's no silver.
Yeah.
There's either first or last. So you just got to still believe, whatever age I am, I'll be excuse the French, I know with God listening, the motherfucking best 59-year-old or the 50, 60. Because you know why? Because I can be if I want, but not to squash anyone down, not to hold anyone down, bring the good competition. Where is the top 10 60-year-olds? And let me line up with them. And that's how I look at life. I'm 56. I just go, give me the top 10 56-year-olds and I'll give them a run.
Right.
And I also know it does not matter what they did in the past. It matters how they've compounded their lives through decades, because that's the great thing about bodybuilding. People talk about seasons, but people like yourself, and you're still talking about it today, I'd like to see in 30 years who's still going to the gym, who's still talking bodybuilding, and who has a passion for it like you guys. So like I said, credit to you guys, but my advice, stay competitive.
Yeah, what you said is right. It's interesting. Back in our time, we were looked at as narcissists, and all we do is focus this, on getting in shape and eating a certain way. But I've always understood that every great sport has to come into our world to make
NFL,
bigger.
basketball, golf,
Everyone, and
everyone.
even if you're just someone who needs to get back healthy or want to get healthy, you have to come into our world.
Have to come into our world.
If you are in a beauty pageant or anything, you have to come into our world. So that helped me understand, like, our world is a birth of everything else, even just true health. The true fountain of youth isn't found in a bottle or a needle.
It's found in the
in
gym.
working out and resistance training.
Chicken and rice.
So that's 100% true. And
and how lucky are you?
Yeah, definitely. And I think also, like I said, the best thing about me is me, and the worst thing about me is me. And even still now, I find myself, not, just like I was when I competed. I was not happy about the way I looked. Even at my best, I was not happy. Now I can look back at those photos and be like, wow, that's crazy.
I know.
But in that moment, I couldn't.
I know.
And even still now, I struggle with that person. What I had to finally realize is, like, listen, this is who I am. This is how my brain operates. Okay, now get on with it.
Yeah.
And stop trying. So, there's like a saying, change what you can accept and accept what you can't change. Now get on with it.
Yeah.
So that's where I am now. So instead of like arguing with myself, like, wow, why do you still like put yourself down? Or, why do you still think, you should look like a certain way? It's like, okay, what are those thoughts about anywhere? Where are they going to get me? I need to just get on with living life, so yeah.
Well, I had this one mentor, and I've said it a few times on the podcast. I'll say it to you as well. I'm not a mentor. I've never had a mentor, by the way. I've never had. But this guy was on stage, and he said, he's American. His name's Marcus Seta. And he said, and I want you to remember this, okay? Because I tell my kids as well. I tell many people. I'll run a little quiz for you. When you get dressed, you look at the mirror, you look into the mirror, you walk away, and you come back to the mirror, maybe a few times. Do you know why you're going back? Do you know why you're going back to the mirror?
Um, no,
All right, you
no,
ready?
just to
Are you
look at
ready?
myself
You
again.
ready? To find flaws.
Oh, 100%.
That's all you're
I
doing.
agree.
So when I look
I,
at the mirror and I go, that shirt looks amazing on me, I get the fuck out of that room. No more. Oh, it's in my head. I look great. And when I'm walking back, I go, no way. I turn around. I'm out. I'm out the door. Those jeans, those shoes, that top, that cap. Fuck that mirror once. I look at you once and I say, not bad. And I leave.
you're
Going
right.
back, you're going back to find flaws.
Yeah. No, and you know, that was just my whole life.
Yeah.
Other people would look at me like, wow, how great. And I'll look at like, no, that's not. And even now, people point out a picture. Oh my God, look at this. And I'm like, you know what I see? That side's smaller. That side is not as lean.
Oh,
And when I
God.
see that, the eyes refocus like, oh, wow, I see it now.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, like your girlfriend, she might say, oh, my hair is a mess. And you're like, it looks great.
Yeah.
We could always find like the flaw within ourselves. And like I said, there's certain people that are like you. Hey, give it once over. Hey, it's great. Let's go get on with it.
Yeah.
And then there's people who are stuck in that turmoil. So,
But I had
again,
to learn that too. And lastly, my daughter and my ex-wife have this perfect. I'm trying to master it. When I say to my daughter, "You look beautiful," she goes, "Thanks." Hear me out. When I say, "You're smart," she goes, "Thanks." Giselle, when I said to Giselle, "You're beautiful," she go, "Thanks." Not once did she say, "Oh no." That is an art.
yeah,
They move on. We don't have to
yeah,
sit in it.
yeah,
And I've learnt myself too, when people say, "You're handsome," I go, "Thank you." Because you know
yeah.
why? Because I hardly hear it. And I'm going to take it. So I hope I've given you something, Flex, in this podcast.
No, no,
Don't go
no.
back to the mirror and accept
Yeah,
compliments and go, can we move on now?
yeah,
Can we move
yeah.
on?
That's always been a struggle, and I try to do it now. Just like thanks,
Thanks.
thanks, thanks. I'm glad you think so.
That's
So, and
it.
that was a struggle, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm there now. I'm there now.
Ah, good. Good to hear. Good to hear. But we're gonna. Yeah, well, let's keep going here. First, Mr. Olympia, and if you need, it's a podcast. If you need to go to the bathroom, man, we'll go to the bathroom. We'll come back. I did it with Brett
Oh, no
Contreras.
problem.
I
Yeah,
did it with Brett
no problem.
Contreras. We had to go to the bathroom. He was drinking soda like he was going out of fashion. First, Mr. Olympia, you came second behind Dorian Yates in 1993. Let's get this right. First, Olympia. What was Olympia like? Firstly, I want to ask you, for being it's your first time. Was it like what was the build up for you to knowing you're going to be going to this stage? The journey, was it what you expected it to be? And were you just shocked that, like, was the whole thing exactly how you envisaged it? Was it more? What was it like? Tell us some secrets and some thoughts.
Sure. No, so I didn't know the history of the Olympia.
Oh,
So, I
so
just
you're
looked
rocking
at it
up like
as
it's
another
another
show.
comp.
Yeah, I just looked at it as another show. And, you know, I knew I had competed earlier, my pro debut against the number two ranked and number three ranked in the world. So, I just thought, okay, I'm going to do well at this show also. But, I tell you, it was one person I hadn't compete against, and that was Sean Ray. So when they called him third and me second, I was like, oh wow. I even remember whispering in his ear, man, I think I got it wrong, but it was just my immaturity,
Oh yeah.
of just like, again, thinking everybody else is better than me and I'm not. But I didn't know. I was just happy. I was just happy to be there. I was shocked. I didn't know what it meant or anything like that. And I tell you what I value more is what people think that I did than versus what I think I did. I remember, walking back to the hotel after the '93 Olympia, and I met Sergio, Olivia,
Yeah.
and he opened the door for me. He's like, "Son, I just want to tell you, you won that show." And I was like, I don't care about that. I met you,
That's so great.
because I mean, he was a myth, So
Yeah.
even though, like you said, he wasn't a person that he was on stage, I still looked at him like he was.
Yes, of
And
course.
that was like the greatest thing that happened to me that night. But I didn't know anything. I was happy to be there. I was just like, just shocked and just happy to be there. But I know it was a lot of buildup because I had won my first 4 pro shows and stuff like that. But I remember meeting Dorian earlier that year. He had came into the gym, and I was the first year he had won the Mr. Olympia. And I remember him walking up to me and just knowing my name and like introducing himself, say, "Hey, Flex, how you doing? I'm Dorian." I was like, "Yeah, I know who you are. I'm shocked that you know who I am."
Yeah.
So no, I was just a kid giddy in a store. I was just happy to be there.
Oh man, awesome, awesome. But well, then what about this? I mean, other than um, well, 4 times Arnold Classic champion, 1993, 1997, 1998, and 2000, and obviously widely admired by the fans and other champions, including Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronnie Coleman, and only one other, which was Dexter Jackson, who won 5. But yeah, you stand supreme, the two of you there on the 5 and 4 stage.
Yeah. Again, it was just normal to compete.
Yeah, of course.
I back then I wasn't thinking about like a record or trying to break the record or anything. It was just normal to compete. And I always understood records are meant to be broken. And I was great friends with Dexter, and when he started winning and he was number 3, I was like, man, people would ask me like, what do you think about him breaking the record? I'm like, I just want to be there and just
Yeah.
witness it. Records are meant to be broken.
No,
So,
no.
and then people argue that that all of his competitions wasn't against the elite or anything like that. I'm like, listen, you can't go with that. You
No,
got to
you
go
can't
with
go
who's
there.
on stage, and
Yeah.
no matter what, he was number 1 in doing that. But yeah,
God,
it
five
was just
times,
normal.
5 times there wasn't a good lineup. Come on now.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, people are always going to
I
criticize you, right?
know they will.
It's like the joke, about Jesus walking on water, and like, oh, other people are going to be like, yeah, but can he swim? So
Yeah,
there's
man,
always
no.
going to be a comment,
Yeah.
about that. So yeah, no, but I didn't know. It was just normal to compete, and I do remember, competing in Ironman and winning it 5 times, and
Yes, you
I
did.
do, remember realizing that only at the Ironman that I think that was my house. And it's
Yeah.
like, if you come to this show, you got to beat me because I'm the
I
man.
love that.
But all the other shows, I was just happy to be there and just trying to do my best. I never could like believe that I could, be number 1 in the bigger show, especially the Olympia. I just always just mentally accepted that, hey, you're going to be second. And I even, said that, millions of times, hey, man, I'm trying to hold everybody off my second position. I'm not going for first. I don't think that's obtainable. And I don't even believe that I could. But, I do believe that I am the candidate for number 1. So if you want that spot, come get me, because I'm going to be fighting for it.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Like, yeah, 5 times Ironman Pro. That was amazing. Considered one of the most gifted genetic physiques ever seen in bodybuilding. What made that gift easy, you said, and what made that gift hard? And I wanted to know, what was your training like? Like, was it unique? I mean, everybody hears the Dorian Yates type training. We all hear about, maybe even Sean Ray's and even Lee Priest. Everyone's talking about how they train. Even Milosh, the mind. Could you just tell us? Did you kind of work out how you found your mojo to your body responding, or at least staying that competitive? Maybe you could tell us, were you high reps, heavy sets, more days off, this mix, this, whatever it was, and how did you end up getting the name Sultan of Symmetry, and how did you sit with that name?
You know, so let's start out with the name. I think it was Lonnie Teeper. He was great at giving us names back then.
Oh yeah,
He came up with that, and
that's a good
actually
name.
for years I didn't even know what that meant. Sultan of Symmetry. I had Sultan. Well, what does that mean? So that's how that happened. As far as training, yeah, I had 2 incredible training partners, and we were like the best of friends. We're like, almost like a gang. We're inseparable.
Hmm.
And I was Chris Cormier and Rico McClinton. And,
Wow.
Chris was always just the ungodly strongest.
Mm.
Then it was Rico, and then I was, I wasn't the strongest. So but we just went at it. I mean, you know, it's interesting watching people's videos now where they'll start training and at the end of the training they won't be as strong. We would be just as strong at the beginning as we was at the end, and it was so incredibly competitive between the three of us. I mean, we fired each other up. It was always one of us that was like had the most mojo, and we followed that person and try to take that away from us. So it was just so competitive. So we did 4 on, 1 off, and you know, back then we just, I mean, I would have an incredible like workout, and I would be angry afterwards, like, how do I outdo that workout?
Wow.
I would go home like dreaming about, man, how do I outdo that workout, and go in the gym and have another great workout. How do I outdo that one?
Wow.
So it was just always like this drive that we had, and now, you know, we look back at it, and you know, a lot of people, you know, calls the heydays, or if they came into Go's Gym, they knew that we were, you know, the force to deal with. You know, if you came in the gym and you were strong, you're gonna have to go up against us. If you came in the gym and you were a loudmouth, you know, you're gonna have to deal with us. What are you doing? You give me a hard time. My daughter's staring at me.
Oh, cool. How old's your daughter?
She's 17.
Oh, I've got. She can say hello.
Say hello.
Say hello. Yeah, come on. Hi, how are you? Oh my God, she is cool. You're cool. How are you? What's your name?
It's Faith.
Faith, what a beautiful name. I've got a daughter. So you're 7. I've got a daughter. Her name is Ruby.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, and she's 22, and she just finished her degree in performing arts.
Wow.
So
nice.
she's like what they call a triple threat, which they sing, dance, and act.
Wow.
And
Great.
and even till now, she still convinces me to take her to a friend's place that lives an hour and a half away, and to also stop and get her a thick shake while we're there going there. So she's still got me around a little finger. I'm sure she's got you. Faith's got you around your little finger.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she's like my twin. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Can I ask Faith, what do you think about? I know he's just your dad, but can you believe like who he still is, but what he was like back then, and are you mesmerized by that and the world that knows him all around the world as this amazing, you know, person?
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I had friends in middle school who would make jokes about it. They call them bubble thighs.
Oh yeah.
Because I had one of his books. My mom's friend gave it to me, and I was reading through it, and it was really cool to see, like, all the way back then what he had going on.
Yeah.
So it's cool. Yeah. When I think about my dad, I don't think about that. I think about him as my dad, but to think about it.
Well, you're lucky because you could just automatically think he's great. I've got to convince my kids I'm great. I don't know. That's a difference. But I'll let you go in a second. But it's funny because when I was picking up some product placement stock from Nutrition Warehouse, I'll plug their name. But the funniest was the guy that served me. He goes, "Oh, I'll watch your podcast." I go, "Yeah." I go, "Do you know many bodybuilders?" He goes, "Oh, not really." I said, "Do you know Flex Wheeler?" He goes, "Yeah, I know Flex Wheeler." So I go, "Well, I've got him on today." So there you go.
Yeah, what a crossover.
What a crossover. Thank you so much, Faith.
For videos and YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Faith, for popping on and harassing your dad. Is perfect. Keep watching. We've got more questions.
She does that. She does do that. She teases me all the time.
She's the coolest. She's the coolest. So Kai Green was known for some amazing choreography, right? Yeah. But you were somewhat early in the game as well, right? You had some showmanship up there, you know, some flexibility. You did your famous splits, which most bodybuilders can't do splits and be that flexible. But also, there you are, KLF, right? And then we've got Michael Jackson. And then some kind of reggae music. I was trying to work out what that reggae music was.
Yeah.
What was posing like? What was posing like for you? I know many talk about it. Sean talks about it like it's just his thing, you know, and everybody that era. But what was it like for you?
Yeah, I mean, back then it was about we were judged on our posing routine back then, and we came from the era before us, you know, Lila Brada and, you know, all these, you know, even, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger taking ballet and learning how to do contortion and twists and stuff like that. We just came from that. So it was normal. And it was normal to, you know, have your music choreographed to your routine and stuff like that. So it was normal. So for me, that was just the best moment in the world. It wasn't a training. It wasn't a traveling anywhere. It was just being able to perform on stage and literally like cause a reaction from people. You know, that's what I wanted to do. I would, you know, I understood that when you played loud or hyped up music, people are going to get hyped up. They're not really paying attention to you. They're hyped to the music. So I always, you know, came out with very slow music. That was my way of saying, hey, you know, quiet down and pay attention. I want to present something to you. And then, you know, I also understood that, I didn't want them to get bored. So it was always the last 15 seconds. It had to be whatever was the most, you know, popping off song at that time. Immediately they'd hear that song and it would just get hyped, you know. I knew I had to change my posing, but no, that's, you know, I credit, you know, Sean, you know, because he was just a person that I knew and I'd heard of, and I built a relationship with him as an amateur. And I remember watching him compete in the Ironman and just his posing routine and, you know, everybody else's posing routine. So I literally would like go back and have my buddy videotape me posing, and we would call up posing like the Mike Ashley pose and stuff like that. And then I'd go back and look at myself, and, you know, I always knew that I was trying to copy off them, but I knew that I wanted to eventually create like my own aura, you know, and which I eventually, you know, was able to do. But no, it was nothing better than posing. It's almost like an actor. You know that they're acting, yet they can cause an emotion from you. They can make you angry. They can make you cry. They can make you like feel racial things, you know, they can, but at the end of the day, you're watching them and they're acting, but yet you still can be so drawn in to what they're doing and forget that they're acting. They're just an actor. You know, back at Go's Gym, there was this amazing actors that would come through Go's Gyms. I mean, Olympic gold medalists, everybody. I mean, every basketball team, when they played the Lakers, they would come to Go's Gym. And it was a really close friend of mine. He was a great actor. And I watched a lot of his movies. And one of the movies I watched, he threw around the N-word a lot. And his role was to be really racist. And I remember I knew him, but still, when I seen him again, I was like, was that you or was that acting? You know, and he was like, no, Flex, it was acting. You know me, you know, I'm not that guy, but yet. So that's what I wanted to be as a performer. I wanted to cause like an emotion out of people, you know, and, you know, so yeah, it was nothing better than that, being able to pose in front of people to present all this hard work that you did in the gym. I just thought, you know, and again, I think a lot of us back in those eras, we looked at it as an art form. I looked at it as a pure art, the ability to express yourself through artistic movements and also break barriers where they thought you were going to be rigid and stiff and stuff like that. I knew I never wanted to be like put in a category of a stiff bodybuilder. So I did these, you know, flexibility poses and stuff like that.
Do you ever listen to a song now and kind of think of a posing routine? Do you ever go like that? Do you ever kind of privately do something like on your own?
No, I don't do that because it's gone. I mean, my ability to flex and even have that,
but not so much flex. But do you think, oh, this would be really good?
Mentally. So even mentally. Like in my posing routines, I would every time I posed to that music, it would be a different routine. I would just flow. So I would put in a cassette or CD back then, and I would just pose through the whole entire music, whatever it was, 45 minutes. So I got used to just, you know, understanding different beats and power moves and stuff like that. And it was about transitions. There's only a certain amount of poses you can do, but there's a billion different transitions that you can do to get into that pose. So I would pick up my music and I would play it in my car. So I would visualize myself posing, and every time I visualize myself, it would be a complete different routine. But that also helped me to understand, like, hey, if I hit a pose and the crowd really went crazy, give them a couple of extra seconds. It's okay, because I'm used to different beats, and I would just catch the beat in a different way and then just run with that. But, like you were saying, even now there's some music I'm like, oh my God, I would do this and I would do that. Yeah, definitely.
I love
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
I love it. It's I was telling, I don't know who I was telling. I don't know if it was Milosh or if it was Sean. It's funny when we saw you guys, and I told you I was natural. Do you know, not one stage did I ever think I can't have that, but I need to touch steroids. That's how elegant you guys were. What I'm getting at is, it was this thing that you guys showed, that it just was hard work, it was effort,
Yeah.
and it was grace. And that's what I'm saying. But today, it seems like everyone's got to talk about what they're taking. And that's the only question everyone wants to ask. But back then, I can guarantee you, it was taboo. We weren't allowed to ask. No one shared it. And if that's all you're asking, you're not the person that should be interviewing me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, back at the beginning, so we come from an era where we would go to seminars.
Yeah.
It would be hundreds of people in a seminar. Because and even us top amateurs would go to other professionals and go to the seminar. I remember going to Lee Haney's seminar and other guys' seminar. It was just normal. We learned, from the greats. It was always about hard work. It was about nutrition. It was about dedication, all that stuff. And, maybe they would mention those words a few times, but it was never about that.
Yeah.
And now, if you're doing a seminar, the first question that's going to pop off is what type of cycle you want. So,
oh my God,
for me, I just learned that, like, if you ask that question, you're not an athlete, you're a drug addict.
Yeah.
Because that's all you're worried about. It would never be about, like, what was your diet like? What was your training? It'd be like, what kind of cycle do you run? So it's just different. I think, again, like I said, every generation is a weaker version. So, I think the generation now, and I've talked to a lot of guys, they would think, because of the size and the condition, that it had to equal a larger amount of gear that we use. So that's what they would do. But no, like, it's bodybuilding is a sport that anyone can do.
Yeah.
Anyone, even a very, very out of shape person, they can do, they can do it.
You can start at any time. That's what's
True,
great.
Of course you can. But that doesn't mean you should be a pro bodybuilder.
No.
So I think a lot of us back then, we understood that was our gift. It's like, I use a analogy. It's like having a Mercedes, and then you taking that Mercedes and you're putting some nicer rims on it and nicer paint job. But it was a Mercedes. Now I think people are like a Volkswagen, but they're putting a kit Mercedes on it, which means they're using gear to get there. So, like I said, our sport, anyone can do it, but that doesn't mean you should be a professional. So I think now, because of, the utilization of, I call it sports technology drugs, because it's so technical now. Even back when I did, you throw around the word steroid, it's like, okay, you have kids on steroids because of asthma. So when you say steroid, people are really ignorant to what that word means. So I use a word called sports technology drugs. It was very technical, and they were sports related. But I think now it's, people don't want to do the hard work. They just see all the glitz and the glory, and they think that's going to come immediately, not understanding a lot of us. I mean, back then, it was normal to compete on the amateur level for 4 or 5 or 6 years, because you're just running into guys who are a little bit better than you, and you train hard, you come back the next year and you try. Where now you have a guy who's like, haven't even done a competition, and they're talking about how they're going to be Mr. Olympia one day. It's like, a person watching Michael Jordan. They never done his hard work, but they want to wear all of his gear. And they think because of that, they're going to be him, not being aware that all the work behind it. So, like I said, back then, it was just, man, it was nothing better. And that we didn't dream of, other than going in the gym and just banging hard. just hard.
I know.
And then going to eat afterwards and repeating and doing it
Yeah.
over and over, and just being consistent about, like I said, I had dreams about, like, man, how could I have a better workout? It was never about like the drugs or anything else. It's like, man, how can I outdo my next workout?
Yeah.
And now, I mean, I get it. We have social media and you have to have a presence and all that stuff. And, I mean, I think there's pros and cons to all of that, but no, we were just about hard work. And we come from an era before us where Arnold, you just seen them hard work out at the beach training, him and other guys just training hard. So I don't know where, I don't know where this era of kids where they feel that is drugs first and then hard work second. But I tell you what, I can tell you this, all of us back then, we looked like we were kids on stage.
Yeah.
Where you got guys now who, like, they're amateurs and they look like they're over 50 or 60 years old.
40 years old.
Because they didn't run their bodies down. Even I hear people say that all the time, like, man, you guys, like, in your prime, you guys still look like kids.
Yeah.
On stage. We have guys now that are just like, look, even their skin, the texture of their skin is rough, and all that is, I think that's, again, because maybe they picked a sport where they weren't blessed to be on stage, but because of other things that helped them to be on stage.
Science.
Yeah, or they just abuse, their bodies trying to get there, which means they just try to make it happen a lot sooner than it did. But I mean, I competed in over 100 shows before I was even known. I competed in AAU, which was the first bodybuilding league before, and then later I transferred to NPC. Like the shows you read off, they're all NPC shows because they're well known. But I would compete almost every weekend in AAU, and 3 times in 2 different shows that day. They'd have like Mr. Fresno County, and Mr. Team Fresno. I would be competing in all those. So I come from just an era of competing, but I'm only known from once I was put out there on ESPN is where I started getting known for that, and people didn't have any idea of the hard work or what I went through before. Now, because of interviews like yours, people understand that, but most of the all, they just know just the great things that I did.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like, I never looked at it, the analogy you said. It's like getting a Mercedes C200 and then you put an AMG kit on it and you've got the same V8 motor in it, which you don't, but you rock up at the lights and it's like these exhaust systems they put on cars now, and you go, that car sounds like crap, man. Or people are trying to mimic a Harley Davidson. Like, please. Like it's not a Harley. I know, but and you have to make a big investment for it, and that's what I think today they just like I said, it's completely changed, and people go by the kit. They go by the kit. They go by the thing.
They can.
They don't do the work.
I won't say his name, but I remember I bought a 500 SL Mercedes, and I was so happy about it. And my friend bought the 300 version. Yet they put the 500 sticker on there, and I would always tease him like, no, he'd be like, no, I got the engine pumped out, and it's a 500. And I'm like, no, bro, it's not possible. It's not. Just stop it. But yeah, I think like you said, just without beating them down, or, I don't ever want to be that person. I know like a lot of people feel like the 90s were like the heydays. I'm just not going to say that. I don't want to disrespect, the kids that are working hard in this version, and I'll let other people say that.
Maybe in 20 years' time, this will be a heyday. Who knows? We don't even know that. Maybe this will be a heyday. But, I just want to say, only because we're talking about posing, and I thought about it last night, and I saw that Samir Banut is very, very sad, and it's like a knife through his heart. But that guy that was stomping on stage, it seems to be going everywhere at the moment. And to be honest, I feel sorry for that guy because it's a great song. It's Everybody Dance Now. Bob Sinclair, man. It's a great song. I guess, when I first saw it, I didn't think anything bad about it. I actually looked at it before it's been going around. I just saw a guy that decided, I'm going to have some fun up here, man. I'm going to stomp. I mean, yes, it's, he's well, he's become famous, but
Yeah.
you can't. I mean, I guess, you know, like everybody. I'm not saying that we should have bodybuilders stomping on stage. It was a great song. The crowd was clapping. The crowd was into it.
Yeah.
But you know, what do you think about that? Because Samir Bannout is very, very sad.
Yeah, it's because he comes from that era where we put time and art into our posing.
I know.
You know, I remember Lila Brada. You know, it was just I watched him in the magazines, and I then I had the honor of actually competing against him on stage, and I was just like so honored just to be standing up there next to him and be actually to talk to him. And you know, later on he retired, and I remember him telling me like, you know, Flex, I don't really go to the shows anymore. And I'm like, why? And he goes, it's just, it's not an art anymore.
Yeah.
It's not what I put into the sport, you know? So I get it. It's almost kind of like Michael Jordan, you know, talking about the version of athletes now. So yeah, it's true. Back in this time, if you came through the lane, you could get knocked out.
Yeah.
And there would be no file.
Yeah.
You know, now they have it where it's easier for the guys. So I get it when you come from a more difficult era, or you carry that, you know, he was a Mr. Olympia. He carried the sport.
He did.
You know, so I get it when you put in all that hard work and you perceive that people aren't respecting it that way. And I mean, Milos, just on Dennis James' podcast, we were just talking about that. And Milos was just adamant about like, no, they need to bring back the symmetry round, and they need to bring back the posing round. And I'm like, you know what? I have to agree.
No, they have to, man. They have to.
It forced us to be professionals in everything. We had to be a professional in eating. Back then, like you said, we all dressed and wore, you know, custom tied suits to the Mr. Olympia. We all dressed up.
Yeah.
We had to be professional and presenting ourselves and being able to talk on a microphone.
That's right.
Professional in your diet, and also professional in presenting yourself on stage, and then being able to artistically present yourself as an individual. So you had to be professional in all those. And, you know, so I have to agree, you know, I think they should bring back, you know, the symmetry round. They should bring back because, you know, back then we all understood what our strengths and our weaknesses was. There were some guys who just knew that they might not be that symmetrically great, but they're muscular superior, so they can edge back up. Or they might not be great at, you know, two of the other rounds, but they're great in posing and they're great. So it was a balance of that, you know. So now, no, it's just.
Well, I personally think two things. I think this guy stomping is just a wake up call. I don't think he meant to do anything wrong, but I think.
No.
But the thing is, if you're not policing it, here you go. If you're not policing it, here you go. So he can, like I said, he just showed where it could go. This could get worse, right?
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah.
Two.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And two, I know me, if I'm going to buy a ticket to a show, any show, I've got to be entertained, man.
Yeah.
And if you're going to, you're going to come out and flex for me, I'm cool. But if then you're going to dim the lights and the music's going to become theater, I'm going to come to another show.
Yeah.
Because you've just entertained me.
Yeah.
So I need both. Just don't give me one, because there's only so many bodybuilders and bodies. I can't tell who's better over the other when I sit in the crowd. They all look amazing. I'm in awe. But when you put on like the lights, like I said, my daughter, she's a triple threat. She does not only know how to sing, she has to know how to do hip hop, ballet. She has to know how to act. So she's not allowed to have one genre. She comes on doing it all, because that's what people pay for.
Yeah.
So, you know.
No, definitely. I couldn't agree with you more. And back then we went to the shows, to be able to meet the athletes, but also to watch them perform. Because, I mean, it was just, we just knew that certain guys were going to put on a show, and we were there to see that. We just want to see them just artistically perform. I remember, you know, after I retired, it was just certain athletes I went to shows just because they were going to perform. You know, Melvin Anthony, I just knew that he was just going to put on a crazy routine, and I'd always, you know, tell him like, man, thank you for carrying on what we started. And before me was Sean Ray. You know, Sean Ray and Vince Taylor, they learned from John Brown. And like I said,
I'm talking to John Brown now. I'm going to have him on soon.
Yeah, I mean, he was like just the goat of actually,
What's the goat?
being an incredible performer. I mean, I heard stories of, this guy walking through the audience with like a beautiful robe on, handing out roses to. I mean, he was just like, just on a whole different level. But because of that,
Yeah.
he was able to tour the world just because of his posing, not because he was Mr. Olympia, not because he had a big name, because people knew that he would entertain. So I mean, I come from that era, and I just feel that you need to be a professional at all those aspects to be called a professional. If you're just walking across the stage saying, "Come on, hey, here's a shot," and walking to the other, you're going like this, so the crowd's gonna, respond to that, but they're not responding to your artistic, impression. They're responding because you're asking, for them to. So
I think that stuff should just be left for the showdown. Other than that, the routine should be very, like, you should mesmerize the crowd. You don't need to, like, you don't need to respond to them. You just need them to be you need to feed off them.
It's them to respond to you. And back then we had best poser. There was award. There was money.
I love
that was given out to that.
Yeah.
So it was competition because we knew we wanted to be called the best poser. I mean, I know I was going up against Sean and Milos, who are great posers, which made me like up my game. And not only just have great music, but have great routines and be authentic. So, like I said, it was violently competitive back then on stage.
Yeah, I love it. No, man, I love it.
Great.
Well, we'll keep going on stage for a little bit more because I want to talk about your martial arts for a moment. But you said something and it made me think. But you said that on your YouTube 4 years ago, you said the more you did it, the more you do it, the easier it gets. But when it comes to conditioning, it's easy to dial in. But in 1997, you competed 10 pounds heavier. And I want to ask you, when you do that, are you just kind of playing a little bit with fire? Like, now you've got to learn a different conditioning because are you going to compromise? So, and it kind of was a light bulb moment that I realized, even though you guys put on size, you've got to know how to condition that out in a sense. So this is my question, does size and putting on size sometimes compromise, challenge conditioning, or keeping up with the gains and then stripping down for stage?
100%. At a point, size,
because it's not all about size. That's what I'm trying to work out.
I after I competed, because I chased after who was the best. So Dorian was bigger and more muscular, and I even remember after my 93 Arnold Classic, which a lot of people say was my greatest, I remember a judge telling me, but if you want to go against Dorian, you're going to have to be better than you were at the Arnold Classic in 93. And I remember looking at him, even as a young, professional, I'm like, only way I'm going to be better than that is being dead. That's the only way I'm going to be harder, but he was bigger. So because that was looked at as like the look to have, I chased after that look. And then came Ronnie, who changed the whole size and conditioning game. So I just knew that I felt that I had to be better. So, but what I didn't realize, and one thing, Chris Cormier, who was, like I said, my best friend and my training partner, later on, he admitted to, like, he was highly competitive against me and always wanted to beat me, which I respect, but I didn't know, like, he held back information because I was honest about everything. You asked me a question, I tell me, and I remember, him like, listen, man, what you need, and he just stopped. He goes, never mind. And I kept asking, like, what? So after I retired, he told me, he goes, man, what I was going to tell you is you don't need to get no better. And so what I understand now is a lot of athletes, when they turn pro and they go on stage, they get better as they evolve. What I didn't understand is my first time ever walking on stage at the Arnold Classic was at my ultimate best.
That's enough.
And I didn't have to do anything other than just refine that a little bit more. But because visually looking at guys who were bigger, I thought I needed to chase them. And towards, later on in my years, competing in 250, 7 and so on, compared to my 200 and 16 look, you know, it's argumentatively which would be better. But yeah, it is harder. And then it's just no matter what, I understood that just because I dieted a certain way doesn't mean my body's going to respond. It's going to respond the same way. You know, that's just one thing that's out of your control, is how your body's going to respond. And we're constantly trying to change and adapt because, you know, the body, once it understands that you're taking it out balance, it's trying to bring it back in balance, like with water. You know, it's just that is one of the most difficult things for me, is how I would understand that I can't do it the same way because I'm not the same bodybuilder. I'm a little bit older. There's a little bit more time on me. There's a little bit more wear and tear. So it's going to be different. But I just kept thinking, doing it the same old way, not understanding that times that changed. There was different diuretics that guys that used that got them in better shape. But I was just like, oh, this worked for me before, so keep doing it, not understanding that, I mean, you know, the body was created by an amazing, you know, I won't say person, but, you know, by my Father in heaven who created everything. So it's no way a human being's going to figure that out. Even our doctors, you walk in, they ask you what's wrong. It's not that they're so brilliant that they know, and they consistently are changing things, right? They're consistently changing medications. Your body gets used to something and then it works against it. So, you know, it was just difficult, but you're right. Getting better, you know, better is better. Bigger isn't always better. At a certain point, it does work against you.
Do you think, when I watch, like you guys got the NFL, the NBA, and usually the commentators are usually ex-professionals,
Sure.
I just want to know, who the fuck are the judges? I just don't know. I mean, what? I'm sorry, I swore then, but
yeah,
I mean, who's Karen and who's Bob? I just want to know who's Karen, who's Bob. I prefer to know. I prefer on that panel that they've got Milosh down there, or maybe Sean Ray, or yourself. At times, get in a bodybuilder or bodybuilders or guys that have. No, you should only have the top out of the top 5, top 10, but not like for decades, but they should be endorsed, like the commentary. Like when you look at commentators in the NFL, whoever was the best in the 90s is commentating now, and he retires, but whoever was best in the early 2000s is commentating now. Whoever was the best decades before is commentating now, and that's how we trust the game. Of course, they've got some great coaches on there as well, and of course they've got players, and and we're trying to bring the females into it as well, I guess, let's say that. But when it comes to judging, I just want to know, why aren't we using the athletes to judge? Because you know, to say to someone, I don't want you to get bigger, brother. I just need you to work on this weakness, like your left side, or get your calves up. But you know yourself what you need to tell them, and you could talk the language. But you're getting judged by Karen. I don't know. I'm sorry, but I've never heard when they say, and your judges are, and I go, who are these people?
Yeah. You know, that's the question of the century. I mean,
who are the judges? We've never had a list of judges.
Sean was like ahead of his time in asking those questions, and they needed to be changed. And, you know, you have the same judges for years, and they're going to pick the same look for years.
But they've never trained it, though. But what I'm trying to say, they've never trained it.
Yeah.
They haven't, wait a minute, they haven't eaten it. They haven't taken it. They haven't experimented with it. And they haven't sweated over it. And they haven't cried over it. I mean, wouldn't it be lovely that at the Olympia, before the ceremony starts, that they call each judge out and they give you, because you know when they do commentary on the NFL, what do they show on the side of the screen? Oh, he's won this, he's won that, best player of the year. I mean, that's why they're edifying the person to be the commentator, right?
Sure.
He played, he represented America. He was the captain of the NFL team, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Don't you think when the judges are walking out, we should be having scorecards on the side, like looking at, oh, look who these guys are. Oh my God, I did not know that.
No, it's not done.
No. I don't know. Maybe I've got to come over, mate, and start sorting this place out.
You need to come over and petition about it. But no, we don't. You know, I'm aware that just because you're an athlete doesn't make you a great coach.
No,
And
or a judge, or a judge.
Yeah, or a judge or anything like that.
But there are a few.
I do know that there should be certain criteria. I know they have like judging school and they go through that, but no, I've never really understood that at all.
Well, send an athlete to judging school. Send an athlete to judging school.
They did have Mr. Olympia's judge the show. They co-judged the show.
I love that.
And I remember they picked a completely different winner than Olympia had, you know, and I know they never did that again. But yeah, I know it was interesting. They did do that one year.
Wow.
They had like, you know, the Olympia's choice and they had the judge's choice, and it was a different, it was different. I think it was a year that one of the years that Ronnie had won, and they actually the athletes and the judges that were athletes actually had picked Gunther to win, and then it wasn't Ronnie, but Ronnie obviously ended up winning because you know, the real judges had picked him. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. I know it's always been a question.
Well, it's not. I'm not trying to bag the judges, but I if you said to me, can you name the judges? I don't even know one name. I don't know who they are. And even when they sit down and talk with them, sorry to say, it's like the food administration for America. The person who's fat is telling me how to eat, and I'm thinking, boy, maybe you should take up the advice first and show me what eating clean's like, because right now you're part of the FDA and you don't look healthy. Even when I go to a doctor and I see the doctor come out with his big gut, I go, bro, are you going to tell me you're going to make me better? I said, let me help you. You know what I mean? So I'm a nobody. Seeing you're wearing the UFC top, the jacket there, let me just ask you, firstly, you are born a fighter. All right, let me just say that. So is my son. I know his eyes when I saw him as he was getting older, and even now he's 19, and I just know this kid has to fight. But just like you, he doesn't want to fight on the street. He just wants to be in the ring. He just needs it. I don't need it. He needs it, right? He needs it.
Yeah.
You need it as well. So, you know, I'm going to segue into that right now. You had to fight a lot over the N-word. You were 100 times better as a martial artist than you could ever be as a bodybuilder. They're your words. But there was no money in it, which obviously if UFC was around, you would be making a lot of money. But it taught you disciplines for bodybuilding to shut your mouth and do it. What was your martial arts school? Oh, actually, I know what it was. I think it was kickboxing. And I said, it's a shame that the UFC wasn't around. But at the same time, just like The Rock in the movie Central Intelligence, where he says, I don't like bullies. You seem to like to bring the bullies to the dojo, and then you'd like to fucking give it to them. So tell me more.
Yeah, no. All right, love you too, son. No, I remember starting in martial arts because it was a Bruce Lee movie that I'd seen, and I immediately fell in love with the Bruce Lee character, and I started training after that. But no, I couldn't bring myself to like hit somebody on the street. So I would just, as a kid, I would get beat up all the time, and I remember just thinking like, oh, that doesn't hurt. But I look at him, I think like, well, what if I kick him, if I break their jaw, what if I break their rib? And I would always think that, and most people not thinking that, but I would look at their face like I could do this, I could do that.
Oh my God.
You know, but I started in school, what I started doing is like trying to get the bully to come over and have a free class and then spar with them and then have them go back, oh, don't mess with him, he knows karate, you know, and I kind of got away with that. But, you know, later on, no, I was just always bullied, and it was just something, I think after the 9th grade, it was something that just clicked over in me, and I just stopped being bullied, and just like I would just hammer down on whoever, you know, like gave me a side eye, you know, before if you called me N-word, I would just like argue with you. But, you know, after that, it was just like certain things, it was no getting out of. You know, I had a saying like, being drunk and stupid is no excuse for you not to take this ASS from me, you know, because, you know, in my understanding, you know, people would get drunk and they would let their true feelings come out. They just couldn't reserve it. Maybe they knew better than to call you in because it wasn't a thing to do, but they get drunk and they just get loose mouthed. So I like, no, leave them alone. Your buddies need to stand back, because just because they're drunk, they're going to pay for what they're worth, because that's what they really feel. And I just started just being a person who I was never going to be the bully at all. But if you wanted to make it happen, I was like the weather. If it was hot, I'd take off and put on a tank top. If it was cold, I'd put on a jacket. So I was just like that with people. Like, hey, if you want to make it happen, come on, let's make it happen. If you don't, hey, I'm good with it. So yeah. But at the beginning, no, it's just being bullied. But and it wasn't my saying that I was 100 times better as a fighter. It was actually my trainer who helped, just propel me to great stardom in point fighting. His name was Tyrone McGuire, and he was also the same person who would pay for my food for me to compete in bodybuilding shows, because I just didn't have any money. And it was at a turning point where I had won the Mr. California, and then that Sunday I'd fought and won the Mr. California in fighting. And I was like, Ty, like which one do I do? I can't continue, I'm doing both at a high level. I need to pick. And he's like, he's always philosophical with me. He'd never give me a straight answer. It's like, you do the one that picked you. And I'm like, but I don't know which one that picked me. And he goes, it's obvious which one picked you. And it took me a long time to get out of him. But he was like, martial, it's bodybuilding that picked you. And back then, there was no money in it. If you're a great martial artist, you would come out and do a bunch of flamboyant kicks, and the star of the movie would throw a haymaker and knock you out. And for real fighters, that was like disrespectful. Like, it would be no way that would happen, like in a real fight. So, but you could make money in bodybuilding. So it chose me. So later on, he has been interviewed about me, and he came out and said, no, I know how great Flex Wheeler was on bodybuilding, but he was 100 times better as a fighter than he ever could be as a bodybuilder. And I agreed. It was just, yeah. And it just taught me everything, martial arts, like bodybuilding, you can have training partners that help you get better. But when you walk out on that stage, they can't help you fight.
No one
when
can.
you walk on that stage in bodybuilding, your training partners can't run and back your play. So it just taught me that discipline of just hard work. And that was the way he trained me. It was just, I was always that type of person. I was a great follower back then. If you're a great leader, I would just shut up and just do what you said. Even if I didn't agree, I'm like, well, it's going to make me better than just do it. It'd be times he would call me like at 3 a.m, like, let's go train. And I just learned just to shut up and just go do it. Because if I didn't, it would be a hard day at training the next day, So, and that just helped me just to be able to endure. And, it transferred over into bodybuilding, and now it just transfer over into everyday life, losing my leg. Okay, you lost it. Shut up. What are you going to do? You keep living, So, yeah, it was a great, lesson in just discipline and just, just working hard. Nothing, like Ronnie would always say, nothing going to outdo this hard work, and you can see it now in everything. You can see it in sports. You can see it in bodybuilding. You can see it, and
it's in everything. It's in business.
Oh, and everything. Yeah, in business, everything. Nothing's going to outdo this hard work. You might be gifted with being, given, some money or something like that. But if you're not trained on how to make that money, you're going to lose it. But that person who worked hard for it, they're always going to have it. So it's never nothing going to outdo just hard work and consistency in everything you do.
Yeah, well, like I said, listening to you I think I just realized what fighters are like, because it just seems like Yanni says the same things you do, what you just said now, and he's 19. It just seems like he never says he wants to attack anyone. He tells me, even when he goes sparring, he tells me how some of these kids or some of these guys in there, they come for a few weeks and they're just going nuts. And he's even said that he's fractured his finger over them. And I said, what do you do back? He goes, nothing. I said, how come you don't hit him? And he goes, oh, my coach won't be happy.
Yeah.
He goes, my coach won't like that. And I went,
yeah.
You're in a fighting gym. You can't hit back. And he goes, nah. I go, wow. I said, so he just, and I've seen him like when I said to you, he doesn't want to fight on the street. Yeah, like you. He knows, like one time only, he rings me up and goes, Dad, I think the police might be making a visit. And I said, oh, what happened? He goes, I don't know. I was kicking a soccer ball with my mate, and then these guys started teasing us. And they didn't stop. And they were teasing my mate. And he goes, I just clicked. And he goes, I chased them and I took on all three. And I said, wow. I said, bad luck for them. I said, because they've walked in at the wrong time, the wrong place at the wrong time. And I said, Yanni, you just cracked. So I said, when the cops come, I'll just back you. Don't worry about it. And the cops didn't do anything with Yanni. But what I just said was, you held on as long as you could for years, for months.
And
you hold on. You hold on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like your son said, I was the same way. If you attacked me, I would give you grace. But if you attack my friend or somebody I care about, then I'm going to be more likely to go at you. So just like your son said, they were giving his buddy a hard time and he couldn't handle it. It wasn't him. He was okay. Yeah. So it's like that a lot. And, you know, I mean, there's a theory. Some of the most dangerous people, you'll never know that you're in their presence.
Never.
It's if they have to let you know, it's all things went to hell and you're going to wish it never happened. But
100%.
You know, a lot of times the loud mouth and the big mouth and the most aggressive person isn't the strongest person in the room. It's the person who's reserved, that know that they can handle themselves. And hey, listen, you know, you might like bad mouth this person or anything. It's because they gave you a pass. It's not because you're better or you're more dangerous than that person. They looked at you and, like, you know, identified you and just like gave you grace, and you might not even, you know, that's happened a lot. And I try to teach like my sons that, you know, it'd be times like we'd be in a car and somebody would pull up beside us and, you know, they're playing their loud music and looking all in the car, looking me up and down. And, you know, I'd kind of look at them and just kind of nod, and, you know, I can just look down and look away and drive away. And I'd be like, you know, I'd ask my son, so, you know, what do you think about that? He goes, well, you know, I could tell they were like trying to, like, you know, get you to engage with them, but, you know, you didn't. I go, so that person is probably going to drive away. And if they ever see me, like, oh, that dude's a punk, you know, I punked him, like, never knowing that they just, you know, they were in danger, but I just gave them grace because, you know, you just have to, you have to be very, conscious of, you know, there's a lot of loudmouth, and especially now, you know, we come from an era that if you talk a lot, you might, you know, have somebody come and check, you know, and see what color panties you got going on. Now people like think, oh, I have the right just to talk and be disrespectful. No, I come from an era that if you disrespected a person, you're going to get handled. You know, now people think it's like, oh, I have a right to speak, you know, not understanding that some people come from an era like they have a right to respond to your speaking. They might respond to it in words. They might respond to it, you know, physically. But yeah, we just live in different times now.
Yeah. Well, with my son, when he like, not at the moment, he doesn't know, he says to me, come and spar with me. And I go, no. He goes, why? No, he goes, why? I said, I don't want to say why. He goes, God, just tell me why. I said, because I'm scared. And he goes, tell me the truth. I said, mate, I just lowered myself down saying I'm scared. But also I said to him, because one time we sparred, I said, when I spar you, I just think of survival, because I'm just thinking you're going to beat the shit out of me, so I'm going to break your jaw. That's all I think. And you're my son. But I know I can't spar you because you scare me. So I'm thinking I'm going to come in to find the shot because I'm intimidated.
Oh, yeah, 100%, 100%. And it's, you know, and I remember, you know, it was just a few years ago. So you know, I'm very much aware I'm not the guy that I was when I was younger. I don't walk around like that because I'm going to meet that version of me, and I don't want to do that. Right. So I was sparring my son, and I would always like tease him and ask him to spar, and he would always like, no. And one day he was like, okay. And I was like, really? He was like, yeah. And you know, I don't have the incredible speed and timing that I did before, where things literally slow down. If somebody's about to do something, you literally see it in slow motion. Yeah. And you respond to it. So I don't have that ability. I remember he was throwing this hook and I could see it coming. I'm like, oh my God, he threw a hook. And like next thing you know, like, ring, and I'm like, and I'll laugh. and everybody else, my daughter who was just like, Daddy, hit him back, hit him back. And I knew that to hit him, I would have to throw it at such a violent speed that I can't pull it back.
Yeah.
And I hurt him. And at the end of the day, he would think like, geez, Dad, why did you hit me?
Yeah, I know. That's what they'll say.
But it's just, and later on I was telling like, this is, what you're doing wrong and this, that, and the other. But it's just being aware, just being aware, and also just being strong enough to admit, like, I'm not that guy. It's like you hear, here in the United States, you hear it from old people all the time, like, I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to hurt you, because there's a difference in fighting. Like you hit me, I hit you. But it's the other version of that, of no, violently hurting this person so that they can't retaliate against you, anymore. And that was like my mind frame in fighting. I want to put this pressure on this person under such pressure in the first 5 seconds that they're only thinking about what I'm going to do instead of what they're going to do with me. So now they're being counteractive instead of, instead of going out and launching something at me, they're worried about what I'm going to throw. So, action reaction, we call it like 3 seconds. It's at 0.3 of a second. So it's your mind seeing it, your body realizing it, and then be able to respond. So if I'm throwing something at you already, it's already too late. It's already too late in your response, unless you have tremendous timing and speed, which a lot of just people don't, so. But that's the best thing the old people say. Hey, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm gonna hurt you. Because they know I don't have the ability to fight. I don't have that endurance. I don't have that strength. So I need to hurt you violently so that I don't find out what you have to offer. I don't want to know what you got to offer. I might not be able to handle that.
That's with me. That's why I said you guys are born fighters, because sometimes I'm watching my son and I'm thinking, look at him. He's analyzing me, and I can see it in his eyes, and I'm just thinking, how do I survive? How do I survive?
Yeah.
So
which means you've already lost. Your mind is already committed to like surviving instead of like, thriving and attacking. So,
but the thing is, I love it because that's his DNA, and it's.
Sounds like he's a great kid.
He is. I love him to death. And it's funny with my daughter. She makes, and you got a daughter too, but sometimes she asks me to take her to the door at the nightclub, like, to actually walk her there. And trust me, I do. And I walk there, and I've done some door work myself. So I remember once going to the door, and there was this big guy, big Maori guy, and then there was this other guy. He was not as big, and I just kind of, as they were checking Ruby's IDs, I was just kind of talking to him, like, generally. And then I said to the Maori guy, listen, I said, I want you to look after my daughter. Now that we've spoken, you need to look after her in there. And he turns to me, he goes, any dad that drops off their daughter at the front door is my daughter. I said, good.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
Yeah.
I said, I'll see you. I'll pick you up later, Rubes.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, you got to, the funniest is when I take her to the door, I said, do you want me to wait with you? She goes, go away now. Go away. You're embarrassing me. I go, what are you talking about? You drawn me right to the door. They're hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, you love the UFC?
I do. I just, I thought about it because it's all about marketing, no matter what.
They're great marketers.
The things that you have around and in the background is about marketing.
Yeah.
And I knew I was going to do this interview. It's like, I need to change the shirt because I don't want people to think that I'm marketing, crypto or anything like that. And I just got lazy and I didn't. But no, I love it.
You should market, mate.
No, I love the UFC. I love watching the fighters. It's the UFC is different. Sometimes you have fighters who have incredidible talent, and then you have other fighters who can just endure punishment and last. And they
like
end
Nick
up
Diaz. Like Nick Diaz.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And you can look at some guys until like, man, they come from the street. Like Diaz. I mean, the way he fought, the way he talks, he carries that. He comes from the street. So, no, I love it. It's incredibly entertaining. And, it's true. It's taken over boxing. Boxing was it, and it was about the heavyweights, so it's, I think, just a whole like business of boxing where back in my time, fighters fought whoever was the best and they wanted to. known fighters understand, like, no, I need to stay away from that person because they're dangerous, you know, and they'll take on lighter fighters and stuff like that. So, you know, but no, I love combat sports. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, well, the UFC I'll just let you know, you might not believe it, but I model my podcast as the UFC and Dana White because I've realized it's about, obviously you saw me say, anybody got a question for Flex?
Sure.
I make a big deal pre-podcast.
Yeah.
And then I film it, and then I make a big deal. I do trailers, I do
Yeah.
announcements, because no
Yeah.
one understands that's where ticket sales come from.
Sure.
So the
Sure.
UFC has learned how to grow a business where boxing does closing down sales.
Yeah.
The boxing is a closing down
True.
sale. We're broke. We
Yeah.
need to make money. Get the hell out. It's a closing down sale.
Yeah.
Each fight is a closing down sale. Where Dana White is saying, how can I put a fight on every week now? Where once it was once
Yeah.
every quarter, once a month.
Yeah.
So he's now saying, and I think bodybuilding should look at that. And maybe Joe Wider had it, but that's what I'm saying is it needs to be built on brand. And the brand needs to be so strong that it's got that
Yeah.
umbrella under it. You know, Dana White's done an amazing job.
It's about marketing now. No,
Yeah.
he's brilliant, and he has a bunch of brilliant people around him. And you know, one thing I think that he does is he's aware that if someone else is more brilliant than them, let them do their part.
Yeah.
You know, he can coordinate and stuff like that. He don't need to be the smartest man in the room. And I think he just brings in just incredibly brilliant people. I mean, and now it's just all over the world. So I can't imagine on a day-to-day basis what he has to do with, because he has to be involved. And I know he's definitely involved in so many decision making and stuff like that. The way it's grown and everything, you would have never thought that. But, you know, they had to take control. Remember before, it was damn near biting, kicking in the knee, punching in the groin, you know, all the stuff, finger pack, you know, and that stuff just didn't sell. And, you know, he's seen that and made it more mainstream and everything like that. So tremendous forethought, you know, to him and self-belief. Obviously, the guy is full of self-belief.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't think like, why can't I? He thinks, you know, I can, you know, so what he's done is absolutely amazing.
Well, just remember something you said. I had to learn this as well. About a year ago, I wouldn't go to any event and wear my cap, and I wouldn't go to any event and wear my T-shirt. And ask Chris, I just prefer to wear a black T-shirt, black jeans, black cap, and just rock up. But one time I've decided I have to have an alter ego, and his name's Harry. And Harry is likes the all-you-can-eat smorgasbord. He's the type, you know, really, you know, likes, I guess, you know, I don't know what he is. I could go on a bit. I don't want to ruin him.
He's more outgoing than you are.
Yeah, he's the one that's puts on even more charm. He's like, yeah, whatever you want to call him, right? But and I like him, but I like Steve. So I've called him Harry, right? But so when I was going to go to a show, I knew I was embarrassed. Like I was embarrassed to wear my cap and my T-shirt. But that's when I said, I'm not going back to the mirror. Fuck it, we're going. And you know what happened? Things changed. Opportunities open. People talking to me. People saying, like I didn't have to say, look at my Instagram. Let me show you a photo. So I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. You're going to have to market it up, ramp it up.
Yeah.
Because it can't be about flex. If you are doing flex, I'm sorry to say it, you need to maybe bring Kenneth back. I don't know. Like whatever it is, you just can't be one person, because Prince was a different artist on stage.
Oh, yeah.
Madonna was a different artist on stage. Even Kiss. I mean, Kiss would finish up and they'd be at the diner across the road and no one would know that was Kiss.
Even though that was them.
That was them. So
Yeah.
Look at success. It is a different person. It's not the same person. Even when you probably think, I mean, look at Richard Branson. He's got some of the most beautiful women working around him in airlines and all that, and he's happily married. Great guy. You know what we perceive him as something else, but he puts on that charm. That's Richard Branson in front of the cameras, but he's dyslexic. He's a bit shy. Maybe he's scared, but so we can't be the same person. Like we have to.
No,
Yep.
I remember, even though I struggled, I remember learning when I was younger, and actually it was Luswick who who helped like discover me. He put on a American Sport Network back in the days that would like broadcast all the pros on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to teach me, like, listen, no one is going to care who your next door neighbor is. He's just a guy. He can be, the most famous guy, whatever, but to you, he's your next door neighbor.
Yeah.
You have to be the outer going. When he walks outside into the public, he's a completely different person. You need to transfer yourself and, to be a completely different person. And, I am very much aware I have a number of different people inside me. I've been told that.
You got to bring them out, man.
Egos, yeah.
You got to bring them on.
Yeah, definitely. I need to stop suppressing them so much. I mean, back when I was competing, I was just full of, who Flex Wheeler was, flamboyant, flashy, outgoing, and all that stuff. So, but kind of reserved back to more Ken Wheeler, who's just a reserved person. But yeah, I do truly understand, and that's something I struggle with even now with my podcast. Just for years, people like, man, you need to have your own podcast. You have it. I'm like, and then now we're finally getting started, and doing it, and just looking at everybody else's podcast, but understanding it's about marketing. It's just about marketing and just going out there and just stepping outside your comfort zone. Which is still something I struggle with, but I'm very much.
If you need any help with it, like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a pro. I've been doing it for 2 years, but I'm a very much a problem-solving guy. My daughter would bring a chain that she broke and I fix it, and I know nothing about chains. She brings me anything and I can fix anything. I don't know why. But do you know, because we're the same age. You're 1963, I'm 1969. Let's just say we're not that far apart, okay? You're just my older brother. That's really it, right? But the thing is, I've realized one thing, and I hope I'm not a miserable old bastard. I don't know if I will be. I could be. But one thing I know, when I hear the stories of old people, the only thing they say, they never share a story about how much money they got in the bank. They tell you what they didn't do or what they did do. And I think if you don't use your alter egos, Flex, you're going to regret it. So I want you, from today, I give you, as your younger brother, I'm going to say, ramp it up, bro. Get it, go, because your podcast maybe your podcast can't be, maybe you just got to bring that person into your podcast, right?
Yeah.
Because right now, when I finish this podcast, I'm going to go downstairs and I've got already my black t-shirt and my black cap to get back into Steve and go sit in a cafe and have a long black. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want no one to know who I am. Like I said, I care about my brand and my guests, not me.
Yeah.
So like I said, I just need you to promise me.
And you're right.
I need you, because, hey, I don't need you to look back and say, I wish I bring out my ego. All right? Alter egos. Just as long as they're not going to hurt anyone, but you know what I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah.
But look, a little bit more to go, please, if you don't mind. But
sure.
Because I guess your IG stories, and you've got a story inside your IG stories, and I went through it, all right? And you obviously said there's only, I'm going to go through it quickly, and then we'll dive into some of them, all right? So there's first and there's last. No one goes for a silver or for the second. Always been that type of person, all in or out. And I get that. But let's go with this. So you're born and bred in Fresno, in the ghetto, on welfare. Can you tell us a bit about that and how that has probably ingrained into what I just said before? And tell me, what is a ghetto? I'll tell you why. Here we call it the burbs. We call them the suburbs. They're just suburbs. I know there's housing commission, you call it welfare. But because I've heard that word ghetto in America, the ghetto. We've never used ghetto. I've never heard ghetto I've never heard ghettos in Europe, let alone ghettos in England.
Sure.
It's more of an American word. What? And it sounds scary. You know, to me, the Bronx sounds scary. You know what I mean? When I hear the Bronx, I'm going like I'm scared. So can you just tell us a little bit about the ghetto and Fresno?
And
life as a kid.
It's we call it welfare. You guys call it something else, but it's
housing commission.
Yeah, subsidized
government housing.
Government housing, government food, and food stamps and stuff like that. It's just people living below the poverty line, and also the ghetto, because like I said, I learned at a young age that people are learn your weakness and then use it against it, and that's what happens a lot in the ghetto. You'll have bullies, you'll have guys who break in people's houses, guys who just rob people. You basically have you know poor people preying on other poor people, and I just
Sad.
remember like being hungry and thinking about like other people when they get hungry they go and take someone else's food, and I just remember thinking like I could never put someone in a position that I'm in. How am I gonna like be hungry and go take somebody else's food and have them feel what I was feeling of being hungry? I couldn't do it, just like, fighting. But yeah, that's kind of what the ghetto is, just people, living below the poverty line. And unfortunately, a lot of people within that, just your block, that area, that street, preying on each other.
Wow, that's very bad because suburbs, we call them suburbs, they actually thrive together inside a suburb.
no,
But you're
no,
saying a ghetto actually, it's like the ancestral,
yeah,
what they're
yeah.
doing. That's
It's like
disgusting. Yeah.
yeah, I remember like when the gang, the famous gang, the Crips and the Bloods happened. It immediately just tore families apart based on what area you lived in. That was a gang that you had to be a part of. So
Wow.
yeah, it's and I mean, like now because we have videos, it's you see a lot of corrupt cops and corrupt things and shootings and killings that now we can see, but that always happened in a ghetto. I mean, officers came in and they were always just brutal. I remember just watching my friends or my older brother just get beaten by the police, just horribly. But, you know, like my grandmother raised me, she was born in 1909. So she's seen everything, the worst that human can do, hangings and tar and feathering, if you heard of that. And,
Yeah, no.
men being hung with their Johnsons in their mouths and all that stuff. And,
Disgusting.
she just taught me like, Kenny, there's no such thing as black and white. There's just good and bad
Yeah,
people,
that's the truth.
yeah, and that's what I learned. I mean, it doesn't matter what color you are, it's just whether you're a good person or a bad person. So even though, police officers were brutal, I wanted to become a cop, and I became a cop because I was like, I just want to be different.
You became a
And
cop.
yeah, I was a cop for a while. I was a sheriff officer.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't know
yeah, I
that.
went through police academy and everything. Yeah,
How was that?
it was great. When I went through police academy, we were in the news, the local newspaper, because it was the most amount of black people ever going through police academy at that one time. So it was great. I've always had respect, for our men and women who serve our countries and who serve other countries. They're only trying to do what we're trying to do, protect our fellow people. So I don't hold it against other countries if they're against us or not. They're trying to serve and protect their people.
That's right.
But I've always had respect for people who ran towards tyranny and irony when other people are running from it. I've always wanted to be one of those people who, in my mind, I would run towards it and help and prevent this thing from happening when everybody else is running from it, like, oh, all hell's breaking loose. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to be an officer. I just thought, like, in the perfect harmony of what an officer truly is supposed to be, it's the most beautiful thing in the world is somebody who would lay their life down or put themselves in harm's way. When there was a threat, they'd be the first person to stand, like, stand behind me. That's the way I looked at it, and it's just is one of just the greatest things in the world that a person can do is protect the weak. Be strong enough that you can stand there and you can protect the weak and put yourself in harm's way to protect them. You might die, but at least you kept them from dying. That's just what greater person could that be? And I've always tried to model myself
What
behind that.
stopped you being a cop?
So I started to I went to police academy because I got to a level in bodybuilding where it got expensive just to be able to travel.
Oh, yeah.
I learned that kids had sponsors and stuff like that, and it was just me and people that was helping me, and I just couldn't do it anymore at that level.
Of
So I'm like,
course.
man, I need a real job. So it was my brother who thought of being an officer, but I became a sheriff officer, and like for the county, they would get certain grants to hire people on. So they had got a grant and they had hired and brought me on, but they had lost that grant, so that we are the first people who get laid off. So I got laid off, and at that time, a local gym had contacted me and like, hey, we heard you're a pretty good bodybuilder. Why did you stop? And I'm like, I just couldn't afford it. It's like, wait, we'll pay for your membership and pay for you to travel and your clothes and stuff like that. And that's when I went back. My brain just clicked over. Like, man, you need to be all in this. It's like, what else? I don't have nothing else going for me right now. I'm dyslexic. I'm not that great in school. Like, I don't have the ability to be a rocket scientist or a brain surgeon. So let me take the gift that I have and just run. Just like there's no second. There's no.
Well, there's no second. There's only
No.
first and there's last. No silver, no second.
No, I mean, who remembers that?
No one.
Nobody. Nobody really remembers a bridesmaid. They remember the star.
Yeah.
And I just remember, no matter what, so I didn't work, this hard just to be, known as a runner up. I want to be the front runner guy, and nobody remembers that. They remember the Olympic gold medalists. Very seldom do they remember the silver or the bronze, even though that's an amazing achievement. Placing second, in Olympias is an amazing, but they remember. And number one, being Mr. Olympia, he gets paid. He makes history. He goes on to be able to utilize that name in marketing and making money. So yeah, it's just the way it is. It's nobody remembers who's second. The bridesmaid, they always remember who's the bride and the groomsman. They're the ones that all the photos are being taken of, and people want to interview and all that stuff. So yeah.
Well, because yeah, I don't know. Like, it's true though. But I'm just kind of reading my notes. I'm trying to skim through some stuff here. But like I said, you mentioned like the KKK had a strong presence. I mean, we never had that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we had that in Australia, because we don't really have like a black and white thing going on. I mean, I don't even know if I'm not saying I'm white, but
Yeah.
because I'm European, we were bullied. We were called wogs. We never felt like Australia was our home. I mean, only now do I feel it. But when I go to Greece, they think I'm not Greek. And when I'm in Australia, they tell me I'm not Australian. So we grew up like literally my dad would be bullied, called the wog. We all were, all of us. But we got on with life. I mean, but we never had, like I said, this black and white thing and the KKK. I don't know how.
I mean, that's
it's
like
horrific.
the foundation
It's
of
horrific.
that's the foundation of the United States, right? It's slavery. I mean, you know, that's how we got here 400 years ago. It was slavery, and
I guess we were
like,
convicts, eh? The convicts came here, yeah.
yeah, that's how United States started, right? It was the guys who ran from England who didn't want to abide by those laws. That was how United States started. But no, so yeah, the KKK had a strong presence in my area, and it just, it was just hate, But again, I was knowledgeable enough to understand all white people aren't bad, just like all black people aren't bad. All black people aren't good. It's just
Your grandmother
you
said the
have
right
good
thing.
people, and you have and
right.
thank God that she instilled that in me, especially what she's seen. I just, I think about it. I talk to my dad, and he's like, "No, where I come from, you didn't look a white person in the eye." And I'm like, God,
Yeah.
I would be murdered. I'm like, how can I I couldn't live in that era, but that's the era that they came from. But so I guess you guys didn't have the KKK, but you did have a political party who looked like you guys didn't belong there.
Yeah.
And it's weird that you say that, because I remember, like you said, I had to fight a lot in school over the N word. I don't like using it,
We
but
call it the W word.
right. But I remember like kids would say, well, go back to Africa, and even then, not being that well knowledgeable, I would say, why? We don't run that either, because we don't, it's almost like we're not accepted by Africans because we're born here. but we're not accepted here either. You know, we're being persecuted here. So it's, but it's, you know, I look at life and now I understand those are just bumps in the road to keep me from what my real vision and what my real focus should be on. And that's him and doing his work. All these other things are just, you know, just different, you know, things that happen to try to like get me emotionally tied in to these thoughts instead of being, you know, understanding what his work is and what I'm supposed to be doing for him. So the bigger picture is that at the end of the day, like my grandmother said, it's just good and bad people. It's just evil and nice people. That's what it all boils down to. I mean, here you have two political parties and you have black and white in each party, you know, and they're both trying to push their agenda. I never understood that. If you have division, they're never going to get together and be on one. They're always going to try to push their own agenda. So I'm like, you know, how can you say you're for the United States, but you're being destructive for the country, yet you're saying you're for the country, right? It's always going to be division. But, you know, again, that's just human nature. You go back to the beginning of times, they had wars. They have them now. They're just more sophisticated and more wiser. So, you know.
Well, your grandmother, I think you just simplified it for me at the moment. Like, I think I can be a little bit at peace at the moment with my anger with the world. But like you said, there's good and there's bad, and trying to navigate that as well. But I think that's a big message for me. So I thank you, and I thank your grandmother, obviously in heaven, and up there with my mum and dad, and you know, people up there. Obviously, I'm going to just hit on some touchy subjects, and the reason being is because I think it's only fair, just in case someone's listening to this and they're struggling and they need some hope. And, you know, you probably didn't even know this either, maybe, but I remember having Lee Priest on, how he told me he tried to slit his wrists when he was 17, which me and Chris were shocked. Like, I hadn't read it anywhere, found it anywhere. And it just goes to show someone like Lee Priest could be, you know, kind of in that place. But, you know, but you grew up and we asked the question to all. Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to say that, and I want to say, I hope this is not too challenging, but But you mentioned like at 11 years old is when you even thought about taking yourself out, right? And it saddens me, but you speak about molested, homeless, suicidal, welfare, wanting to kill yourself at 11 years old, and obviously being dyslexic. I mean, for me, and you speak about it struggling now, and firstly I want to say to you, Flex, I'm a nobody, but if you ever need to reach out, just make a promise, just do so. Just say, hey, what are you doing? Just if that's going to make a conversation, and maybe I'll bring Harry in to talk to you. I don't know, but I know I can't understand this so much. The reason being is, but I have been once. And unfortunately, it was under the influence of medication for mental health that took me to the darkest place that I had to hold on for 2.5 years, not to stab myself, right? And that was in my 50s. Think about it. I've never had a problem, and I'm in my 50s. I'm 2.5 years trying. I just looked at knives every day. And thankfully, I had money that I didn't have to go outside, but I admitted myself twice in hospital. Twice on my own. Like it was, I just think I think I'm a tough motherfucker. Right?
Yeah, you have to be.
But you too. But I want to know, how do you get past that? How do you look at the world as good and bad? How do you trust your children to have wings to fly? And how do you stay strong and still stay strong today? Because even though I know you're going to have to bring in your alter egos from this point on forward, but let's talk about this a little bit.
No, you know, I mean, it was difficult. It was so long ago. I think like I was 11 or 14 or something when I tried that. But, you know,
does it feel like it was another person, or you don't, or is it this, or just because, or is it that you're trying to not remember it? Or you remember? I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I just really don't remember the age. I remember
Oh.
in watching various different interviews when I would say 11 or 12 or 14. My oldest daughter could probably tell me the best because she was born from that. The reason why I tried to take my life is because I got a girl pregnant, and here we are. My grandmother's raising us, and we don't have very much, and now I'm going to put this great strain on her, and just immediately
Wow.
the thought came to me, like, just don't be here no more. And just everything that I've been through, like you said, being molested. First time I was molested, I was just 5 years old. It was by
Yeah.
two different women, and then I was molested by just women all the way up until the age of 16 by multiple different women. So like some men will look at that and be like, man, that's great, but I'm like, how would you feel about your 5-year-old? It's
No.
different when you
No.
personalize that.
No.
I do, I am thankful that it wasn't from men, because now there's also a physical damage that's being done.
Yeah.
So I'm very understandable for people who are molested by the opposite sex. But what I understand now, and where my strength comes from, is just my Father in heaven. I understand the Bible a little bit more, and all of these great men in the Bible struggled tremendously, yet they were godly and they didn't lose faith. So as a kid, I was growing up in church. Like I said, my grandmother, she was just, every day was Sunday, doesn't matter. Hell, rain, or sleet, we're going to church. I don't care if you're tired, sleepy, get up, we're going to church. And that put that root in me. But as I got older, like a lot of people, we started to think, and like most athletes, we feel we're doing it on our own. I did this, I put this work in, I dieted, I suffered. And as I got older and I started having health problems, and I rededicated myself back to God, just looking and learning about the Bible as an adult, starting to understand things, like all these people struggled in these various different ways, and they done amazing things they're written about in the Bible. So, okay, well, maybe I can be okay. So what I understand now is there was different entities trying to take me away early in life, because those entities knew of the good that I would do later on, and they were trying to prevent that. And I'm thankful that he never gave me the true spirit of actually going through it, but he allowed me to go through it. And it was only just a few years ago that I finally, that spirit was taken away from me, that I just don't have those thoughts anymore. But like you, it was, so yours was driven from medication,
Mine
uh,
was.
and the side effects of it. I
Yeah.
mean, our medication now is just, some of the side effects are worse than the reason we're taking it.
Yeah.
And we have to take more medication because of side effects of those
That happened to me.
medications.
It took 10 years. It took 10 years to me to realize it. So I
Wow.
started from 43. At 53 is when it went to shit. Or 52. Yeah, 53. 10 years. I didn't hang on for 10 years. I just didn't know what was happening
Yeah.
until a psychiatrist who was wearing a very bad safari suit, let me tell you, and a fucking office full of clutter,
Mm,
gave me a cocktail of shit. And then I was hooked on Valium,
mm,
and I'm like, and then I just knew everyone was seeing, like I didn't even recognize myself, but I couldn't get out of it. And
mm.
then I I woke up one day and I was back. Just woke up. I
Wow.
just woke up and I went, I'm hungry. Everything looks brighter. The first thing was I'm hungry. I was never hungry. And I went, I'm hungry. And then I went, and it's like I wanted to touch water again and food in my mouth. And I went
Yeah.
outside. I said, I'm not scared.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not scared.
Sun is shining. How beautiful is that? Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the air.
And
Look at,
then,
yeah.
and then I went and then I realized, and then obviously it took about a year or two to work it out.
All that out, yeah.
And then I realized, I went back to one of my psychologists, what they kept saying to me. And this is what she said to me. You know, my story is nothing like your story. I don't want to take it. Well, your story's, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about your story. And like I said to you, but wow, you made it, and the way you explained it, and it makes sense. And you know, anything that happens, and like you said, men thinking, oh, wouldn't you look at that as a great thing? Well, let me tell you, when you're divorced and you start sleeping around, you realize it's all fucking numb, and you just don't want to be with anyone. You just want to hold someone and love someone in the morning.
Yeah.
And this physical stuff, if you don't put love in it, it actually isn't fun, right?
Yeah.
So I can understand when you said it doesn't matter if it's however it is. It's just a numb, disgusting feel. It's a numb feeling, like you just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
But for me, I remember and I'll share this with you as well quickly. The psychologist said to me once, she made me realize when I'm angry, I'm allowed to be angry, as long as it's right.
Yeah.
And when I'm sad, I'm allowed to be sad, as long as it's right. And I'm allowed to be happy, as long as I'm happy when it's right. So what she was saying is, and sometimes I'd speak and she goes, yeah, that would make you angry. And I'd go, it does, but am I allowed to be? She goes, yeah, it's an angry moment. Why wouldn't you want to be angry? And I went, so I learned, even when my girlfriend gets the shits, I sometimes go, let's go. Let's get those shits right now. You want to break a plate? Do you want to smash a cupboard? Go for it. Even my kids, whoa, go for it. Do whatever you want. Like, I'm not going to hold you back. You are that upset right now. As long as you're not harming yourself, harming others, you want to slam the bedroom door, you're angry. I can see that. Go for it. It all calms down. And the other one was, which I think this will help you as well as helped me. I said, she goes, what are you doing? I said, oh, look, I get up in the morning, nice 5 o'clock in the morning. I go for a walk. I hit the boxing bag and I go to church on Sundays and all this stuff. She goes, oh, that's really good, Steve. And she goes, how are you feeling about that? I said, oh, I'm feeling amazing. She goes, so what happens if you stop it? Does it all fall to shit? And I went, I guess not. She goes, keep doing it. But one day you don't do it, don't lose yourself over it. It's built in you now. You're building it. You're building the foundation. So what I mean is, you're building God in you, or you're building going to church, or you're building something. But if there's a moment that you can't do it, just remember the foundations you've built.
Oh, yeah. We just call it, if you fall down, dust yourself yourself off, meaning, go through those emotions and put your dukes back up. I'm like, all right, I'm ready. Let's go another round.
Yeah.
But so, I just draw from that. And now I truly understand, like, you've seen some of my interviews and me being honest. It was from the honesty of these men in the Bible that then enabled me to be honest about my weaknesses and understanding that, I was given this great gift of fighting and this great gift of, being a well-known bodybuilder. It was a bring, truly it was a bring notoriety to my Father in heaven.
Yeah.
He's enabling me to do all this. When I had my car accident and my neck broke, the doctor was like, thank God, luckily you had your muscularity, or, your, spinal cord would have severed and you'd be paralyzed. And I'm like, no, it's not luck. It's because of, God. He allowed me to build this muscle. He said, yeah, but you did the work. I'm like, you don't get it.
Yeah, they don't get it.
He allowed those things to happen. So now I'm aware that I was allowed to go through these, not the most nicest things in the world, because it enabled me now to be able to speak to people who are going through those things.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be able to sit and talk to a person who is suicidal or an amputee, or a person who lost millions and who was homeless, or a person who was molested or suicidal, unless I had been through those things. So he allowed me to be able to go through those things to help, pull other people out by just sharing my story. I'm very much aware there's somebody somewhere who's not known at all, yet they look up to me and they think like, wow, maybe I didn't know it. He went through the same thing. So maybe I can break through mine and I can dream again. I have this old saying, it was my slogan before, dare to dream.
Yeah.
Because some people just don't dream anymore. As kids, we'd always dream like, oh, what are you going to be? Oh, I'm going to be a doctor. Or I'm going to be a lawyer. Kids don't even dream now. So just dare to dream. So I'm just aware of that. And I'm thankful, but my strength comes from him. My strength truly comes from him. And I'm just thankful that he chose me to go through some of these things and be able to share the story and truly not ever giving up on me, where I just, I don't know what true, I've been through darkness, Jesus.
I can imagine.
I've been through it, but I'm thankful. I don't know that feeling of being so dark where I actually commit the act. I've tried. I've shot my gun into my house before, trying to get used to the sound so I can put it up to my head. Driving, my car accident because I was just living recklessly because I just didn't care about being here, or else why would I? Why would you do those things? All my things that I was doing is because I just didn't care. But at the end of the day, I know it may not be the answer that some people want to hear, but the people who want to hear the honest truth is from my strength, from the strength from him that he gives me. It's from my faith. A lot of people don't understand what the faith is, but it's just believing in the thing that you can't see. Like when you inhale, you don't wonder if there's going to be oxygen, do you? You just breathe. When you get in your car, you just turn it on. It's not like the old days, like, man, is my car going to start? When you get in an airplane, you don't wonder if the captain walk up, like, let me see your credentials. You just get on there, you go and you sit down, and you relax. You have trust, you have faith. So that's just truly what faith is, and understanding that. So,
Well, you mentioned your weakest moments are actually your strongest. You got to surrender.
Sure, that's because he can prevail then. When I'm trying to be strong, he can't be shown. He can't show his strength. But when I'm at my weakness, like some of the things I've been through, I think I'm at my weakness, but I'm triumphant. I get through them, and that's because of him. That's a scripture in the Bible. I boast from my weakness because at those points, he that is strongest, he can truly show what he can do and the miracles that he can do in people. So, again, I'm not the type of person who beats my chest and run around with beating people over the head with biblical scriptures. But if I'm asked, I don't run from it. I don't mind sharing.
Oh, I think it's great to share, and I think it's where I think it's where we go wrong. I think people are too afraid to talk about it, like talking about a movie you just watched and trying to tell people to go watch that movie. I mean, it's okay. We don't have to force you to go watch the movie. We're just recommending you to go watch the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, it's people don't get it. They wonder why these things happen. It's because he gives us the ability to have choice. It's like when we have our kids, if we have a son, we're thinking like, wow, he's going to be this, he's going to be that. And, you have all these dreams set out for him, this path that he can take. But once your child get of age, they can choose to go against you or go with you. He gives that same ability. Once we're aware of right and wrong, we can make our own decision. We can go against what his will is, or we can go with it and live. But, like it says in the Bible, on this earth, you will have problems. There will be trouble in this world. So, don't think that there's not going to be trouble. And from those troubles comes out, it's from, I used to say, like, a diamond goes through, pressure and heat and fierce, turmoil. But what comes out of that? A diamond. But it was from all that struggle. So he allows us to go through all these struggles to be refined, and we come out a new version of the person. And there's always going to be struggles here. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire, you have struggles on security and whether people really want to get to know you or have your money. If you're poor, you're struggling on eating. Everybody's struggling at some point in some way in the world. We're all struggling. We all are.
Well, I believe you can't force anyone to do anything, but what I've learnt is by just merely talking about it allows them to decide what they
Sure.
want to do, because you can't force your kids to do anything. But when you talk about it freely without telling them to do it, they're the ones that have heard the word God enough times to maybe start following. But if you keep your mouth shut and just tell them to follow God, but you could say, thank the Lord for that, and thank the Lord for that, and the Lord got me here, and they might hear it and go, because if you said Steve got me here and Steve got me, they're going to say, who's Steve? Maybe I've got to go find Steve, right? So I guess we just got to keep mentioning it and talking about it. But one thing which like I said, I didn't see that in you, because you really looked like this. You had the face of an angel, you had the $1 million smile. You looked like, I guess you were like John Brown. You could walk down the street and hand out roses to people before you even went on competition. That's how you looked. But on a podcast, they mentioned that Chris Aceto, bodybuilding coach, was once, he mentioned that the greatest athlete that he never coached, and he said Flex Wheeler. And when he was asked what does he think held Flex, and I don't understand what held back was, because we never, I mean, me watching in Australia, it didn't look like anything was held back, but he said your insecurities. Now, again, you put on a great show, man, because you, like they said, you didn't have a poor diet, you didn't have a bad training program, but you had insecurities, which you mentioned. But like, wow, like I said to you, you had this smile, mate. You had this look. You had this you still have this beautiful face. But like, you were gifted. I mean, I got to work at it. But you had insecurities.
Yeah. I think it's like in every like hero cartoon.
Oh yeah.
That hero is amazing. Like Superman, he has this amazing strength. But there's always his arch enemy who's even maybe more powerful or something greater than him. And I think there's always a balance. So I had these tremendous gifts, but I was balanced out because I had these also tremendous weaknesses also. So I was balanced out, and, I was aware of it. But, what Chris is getting at, when a lot of people are getting at when they say I didn't reach my potentials, because they perceive, that I should have been Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
And, obviously when I was competing, I was full of myself and I thought I should be, but now I truly understand that was not meant for me.
Okay.
It just wasn't meant for me. As I admit, I had incredible insecurities and I was suicidal, and, I was just full of myself. I'm aware now that he prevented that from happening to me to save me. I truly believe if I would have became Mr. Olympia and had all power that it brought, I would have ended myself. Here I am, teetering with ending myself where I was already. So it's like, again, it's like having a child and your child wanting to stick a needle in an outlet. And you're like, no, don't do that. Well, the child is upset and fight and everything, but not knowing that you saved his life. Only later on, through experiences and going through ups and downs, he looks back and like, wow, that's what he was doing. So when I was going through it, no, I'm upset and all those things. But now I'm like, no, it wasn't meant for me. I truly believe that at the end of the day, for certain of us, whatever he wants to happen, we're going to bend and do it. Other people we all have just different callings. We all have different strengths. Some are meant to be weak. Some are meant to be strong. Some are meant to be millionaires. Some are meant to be philosophical. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. And I just understand that was not written for me for it to happen. And I found tremendous comfort in it. I don't get upset. I'm not bothered by it, but I am thankful that, first and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Ronnie Coleman, who's going through some really, really bad things right now.
What's going on now? What's happening?
He from what I heard, he was at an event and they had to rush him to the hospital. He's still in the hospital now. It was some type of blood infection. And I guess it was really life-threatening because they're saying now that he's actually conscious and aware of what's going on around him. Wow. And he's not in his home state. So there's just been updates that they've been given, but I guess it was really like touch and go as far as his blood poisoning that he had. They're not aware of why it happened. I guess he's just now conscious and he's aware of what he's going through and stuff like that. So I just want to give a shout out to him. But also, I'm thankful that, I was able to do incredible battle with the greatest Miss
Oh, you
Olympia of all
did, man.
time.
You did.
I mean, I don't, records are meant to be broken. I don't think the sport is calibrated now where there'll be a repetitive 8-time champion or 9-time champion. But if there ever is, they'll never exceed his condition and his size and his worth ethics. And as we talk about candidly, man, we did fierce battle, and I can't say I stood on a stage with the great Lee Haney, but man, I stood on stage with the great Ronnie Coleman, and we turned it up. And
You did, guy. You did.
as he says, I pushed him beyond what he ever expected that he could do, and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for, I'm more thankful for people thinking that I should have been Mr. Olympia than people who there is certain Miss Olympias and people think you didn't deserve that, man. So I'm more appreciative because my trophies now, I don't know where some of them are. A lot of my Olympia medallions, they're somewhere in the garage. I don't know where they are, but the respect that I get from my previous competitors and just generally people around the world is ever going and everlasting, and that's something that I find more comfort in than I do actually having a title. Is people thinking, man, you're an uncrowned Miss Olympia. You set the standard, you pushed, and you did those things. And what more could you want from men that you did great battle to be able to turn around and after that say these great things about you? That's just, I think, at the end of the day, whether you black, white, rich or poor, you just want to be accepted as who you are. You don't want to have to fake. You just want to bare your soul to people and say they accept you. And, and for me, all the good and bad and angry things that I did around the world, for people to still say that they accept me, it's just a tremendous honor, because it's a lot of people around the world who are not accepted for who they are and they can't be who they are. So I'm tremendously thankful for that.
Yeah, I have to ask you, it just came to my mind as well, and be thankful, and God look after Ronnie, please, for us, So there's mention of Lee Haney, right? Lee Haney. And there's mention of Dorian. And it seems like that era, and then there's Ronnie, hear me out first. And that era, I think you guys made those guys, and those guys made you. Like there seems to be a lot of...
Sure.
But how come, and I don't know, but Phil Heath did an amazing job, but not many people talk about Phil Heath. It's like every time I'm hearing, they stop at Ronnie Coleman, and when we say, give me your best bodybuilder, and it's all fair, they all say Ronnie Coleman, but what happened to poor Phil Heath? He did an amazing job.
I don't know.
But think about it. Nobody ever talks about, because it really stopped after Phil Heath. It stopped.
Yeah.
Phil Heath signed off. He signed off, right?
Yeah.
Right? But we seem to stop at Ronnie, and like everything else is it's like, what happened after Ronnie? No one knows. Who's Co-Green? Who's Flex? The other guy, Flex, whatever his name is. And who's Phil Heath? Who's, like, it's all forgotten. Didn't Ronnie Coleman stop there? He stopped the world. Ronnie Coleman, captain.
Yeah, I mean, he just truly broke the mold. I mean, there was a person who, when I posted the story that you posted, I reposted, and they said, "Hey, I asked this question. I hope he asked it." And he was like, "What were your thoughts in '98 when Ronnie won?"
That was I'm going to ask it. Yes, that was Ian something Morris. He was an IFBB, and he said he sat in front watching it, and he was he also felt the pain himself.
Yeah.
He had felt it.
Yeah. No. I knew I had not put everything into it.
Yep.
And I remember standing behind Ronnie. So Ronnie was never even compared to me the first and second round. It was only at nighttime was he compared to me. So he was like in the third and fourth call out. So I'm standing behind him, looking at him, and I'm like, wait a minute, people always talk about how my back has this Christmas tree. His is crazier than mine.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, wow, if they ever really like notice this guy, like I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble.
I'm in trouble. But we were amazing friends before that.
Hey guys, as I chow down on macro foods, your true source of macro and micronutrients, I'm chowing down on teriyaki chicken. 7 grams of carbs, 50 grams of protein, and only 334 calories. You got no excuse to not get your meals in, and I'm a true advocate for about 5 meals a day. I always get my meals in, and to make sure you get your meals in, you go to macrofoods.com.au and order now. Use code MTP10 to get 10% off. macrofoods.com.au, use code MTP10 to get 10% off. Go get yours now.
Anyway, he had asked, what did I say? What did I feel? I knew I didn't put everything into it. And, I have to.
Oh yeah, Ian Morris, the guy, IFBB, the question is, he said, that's right. He said the question was, which you're answering now, obviously, as well. He said, it was Mike Morris. He said, I was a front row at the 98 when you lost to Ronnie. I was hoping Flex could, hoping Flex could talk about how he felt at the time and how he feels now. As a spectator, the whirlwind of emotions, I felt it was incredible. I thought Flex had the win. Can I have a pen, Chris? Yeah.
I have to look back at that show, and I have to agree with the judges. Ronnie won. He was just his condition and his size. Yeah, I had him on shape and symmetry and everything, but just the condition and size he had brought, it just had never been seen before. In the heat of the battle and afterwards, I felt that I won, and a lot of people asked, what did I say to him when he was laying on the floor? What
did you say?
We were super, super close friends. I mean, he had actually, I think it was the following year, he had actually stayed at my house a couple of times getting ready for the Olympia. But I whispered in his ear, I said, hey, man, congratulations. I love you. And by the way, I'm not going to be at your celebration party, tonight. And a lot of people are like, why did you say that? And it's like, listen, my best friend just won his show. Obviously, he don't want to have to look over and see his best friend all hung drunk.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm going to take my butt home and hang around my people and my family and gorge on pizza instead of being out in the public all disgruntled and upset, making him feel uncomfortable. So, but no, it was 99 when I was more upset. That's when I kind of, responded.
Really? What was 99? 99?
Yeah, 99 he won again. So in 98, I guess he won by 3 points. So I knew I was off. I knew I didn't train that hard. So I'm like, wow, I can close that gap. 3 points, I got that.
Yeah.
So I was able to put on like 10 more pounds. I was in better shape. He wasn't as sharp as he was in 98. So, we're all like, man, you got him. I'm like, man, I got him. But ironically, and what really helped me to settle down and not go harder on drugs and everything is he ended up winning by a perfect score.
Oh.
So I was like, I'm arguably as good as him or better than him. And he wins by a perfect score. But when I was off and he was like spot on, it was 3 points. So it just dawned on me like, wow, this is now out of your reach. For one, he's not going to slip. Yeah. His work ethic is second to none. His diet is second to none. His muscularity is second to none. The only way I can catch him is if he slips a little bit, and which I did. And they said it's a perfect score. So that helped me to think like, okay, next year if it was like by one point, I'm like, oh, I can call that. I just got to go a little harder. So that helped me to settle down on that. But also it helped me to understand that, hey, listen, I'm not going to feel that I'm a champion based on these judges' decision. I'm not going to make them make me feel that I'm worthy or not based on them giving me the okay. Because I'm sure you've been at shows I had where they'll make a mistake and say, this person is first, this person is second. And like, oh, we make a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, the person who thought they won, they were all happy. And now that they found out it was a mistake, now they're sad based on the judge's decision, not what they felt they put into it. So I had took my medallions off and I held them in the air and I'm like, I'm pointing like these represent second, but no, I'm number one. I'm number one in my heart.
I love it.
You guys are not going to make me feel like this, so that's the time that I kind of rebelled a little bit more, but no, I look back at 98. No, he was good grief. He was just from some other planet, man. Yeah.
And how was it? I think maybe no one's really asked, but you came in the first year and got second. I mean, did you know it? And I guess against Dorian Yates, did you think you possibly had it at any point, or were you just shocked? I don't know.
No, I was shocked that I was second.
That's what
I was
I'm
just like, my gosh, I didn't even think about whether I should have beat him, whether I was better than him. I was just like happy, like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like I'm second, because my fear always was, I'm competing against these seasoned veterans. So like my first competition I did, I competed against Vince Taylor and he was ranked number 3 at the time. So after I had won, I'm like, well, this is probably just a warm-up show for him. He's going to dial in at the Honor Classic and show me what's what, and then I end up going against Vince and Lee Labrada, so number 3 and number 2 in the world. And I'm like, there's no chance. So when I won, I'm like, this they're going to figure out. They're going to come to my house.
Get me out of here. Like, it's like when you get it, when you get a bargain,
like that. So,
you think they've made a mistake at the checkout. When you got a bargain, you go, let's go, kids.
Yes.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yes. And even at home, I'm like, wow, I better hurry up and cast this
Spend
check.
the money.
Call me.
Spend the money.
They're going to call me like, man, we made a mistake. So again, I'm thinking like, okay, again, they're seasoned. I'm not. They're coming like gangbusters at the Olympia. There's no way that I'm going to be able to beat these guys.
Yeah.
And, end up taking second. And other people thought whether I should have won or not against Dorian, but not me. I was just freaking like on top of the world that I was second. To me, I won. I'm second place. Are you kidding me? And then, now realizing that I'm actually honored. Records are meant to be broken, but I'm actually honored that I have the best pro debut in the entire history of our sport. So everybody before me and everybody who's came after me, they haven't broke my pro debut of winning 4 straight pro shows, and not with like other starting out amateurs against like number 2, number 3 in the world. So they're top ranked guys. So. And then placing second in Olympia. So whoever is going to break that record haven't even turned pro yet, because your pro debut, you have to go and break that record. So I'm incredibly proud of that.
I don't think we've seen it in any. I don't think we've seen it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but we haven't seen it in classic. We haven't seen it in men's physique. We haven't seen it even in, I guess, bikini. I don't even think we've seen it.
No, it's because even Chris Bumford didn't win his first Olympia, and he didn't win his first pro show. So it's not even the Olympia. He didn't win his first pro show. So again, you would have to win your first 4 pro shows and then place, number 2 in the world to break that record. But no, I don't think anyone have done that. I'm not that aware of like the women's bikinis.
I don't know, but like I said to you, look, it's a story in itself. But I'm also going to talk about, like I said, the Bumstead thing, because you competed against him when he got his first win. But that's you've been around the most memorable times. But can we just ask, because we didn't really finish the bit, what is it about Phil Heath? I mean, I think he needs a lot of recognition.
I do not know. I know he's angry. because he doesn't feel that he gets the respect.
Yes, why?
I
a bit
know he's
unfair, don't you
also
think?
angry because he feels that he should be an 8-time Mr. Olympia. I don't agree with him there.
Yeah.
I don't think he was at his best at his last couple of Olympias. Like most Mr. Olympias, you're not at your best where you were when. And
Once it's over, it's
there's
over.
guys who are upcoming who are on fire. So I know he's really angry about those things, but I just don't know why. I will tell you there was a documentary done about him and Kai Green when they were going into the Olympian, and it shows their lifestyles. And it showed Kai Green getting on, the train.
Yeah.
And paying his toll, going through the train, and sitting in his lonely apartment with no furniture, eating his food.
It didn't do Phil any, it didn't help Phil there.
No, and then and Kai going through his stress moments, and then it showed Phil, in his luxury house, and he got stressed, so he went and rented a Lamborghini and drove around. So I know that. I know, and it's so like his Rolex watches and. Inside of his
It's not
house.
his fault. It's not his fault, but it's not a good image. It's not his fault.
No, it's not at all. But I know that just made Kai Green like more the people's choice, because again, more people can identify to the loser than they can the winner.
I know.
It's more people out there. As more people can identify to people who are struggling than people who are dealing with success. That's just the world. That's just the world we live in. But the honest answer, I do not know.
Because he had a beautiful body. He did have a beautiful body. He looked like a good bodybuilder. He had good looks, those beautiful eyes. Like he did amazing. He too looks arrogant, like all of us. He does look a bit of attitude, like me, you, and everyone else.
Yeah.
So we've got to hug the brother in. We've got to bring the brother in, man.
Yeah.
But what about Jay Cutler? I mean, tenacity in that bloke. I mean, firstly, to sit at second humbly, constantly, and
never fussing,
never stressing, and like literally silent assassin, and then to win it twice, and then to be the only bodybuilder to actually make a comeback a year later to take it 2 times in a row. I mean, that's historic as well. That's no one's going to break that record.
Yeah. No, I remember meeting Jay when he was an amateur, and I was walking out at a firehouse and he was walking in it, and I remember looking at his triceps and being like, good grief, son, you got some muscle on you. But you're right. He just, he was young, and I know he had that on the side.
Yeah.
And, I think one of the things he did at a young age, he didn't try to challenge us when we were at our best.
Yeah.
He was, just letting himself mature over time.
Yeah.
And basically just, allowed us to kind of age out. And he was like, he met Ronnie when Ronnie wasn't in his prime. He was able to take him out, so he just
very
had
smart
youth.
bodybuilding, very smart
Yeah,
bodybuilding.
he had youth on his side. And, I mean, he's still, looked at as one of the greatest, bodybuilders at his time. And
quite a smart fellow. What a smart.
Business wise and everything. He's been very smart financially and everything like that. I remember asking like, where did you learn that from? He goes, actually, Joe taught me. I'm like, what? Yeah. He goes, yeah, it was Joe's idea for me to move to Vegas and invest in houses and apartments. I'm like, what, man? He didn't tell me none of that. No. He didn't help me with that, But
Jesus Christ,
yeah,
Joe.
so he had Joe helping him. So and he listened. I mean, it's not like I didn't have people in my ear saying, "Hey, Flex, don't buy that. Hey, invest here or do this." I just didn't listen.
Yeah. No, we don't listen sometimes. There's no denying that. I'm going to do the viewers' questions in a second, but I just want to, because you talk about, like I said, the challenges. I mean, you really had him, and you kept coming back. I mean, even Chris Cormier came back. I mean, God's sake. And he was probably, I mean, Chris Cormier should also be known for having the biggest entourage as a bodybuilder as well. I mean, he was like a rock and roll star. And,
he partied like one too.
Yeah, he was great. Obviously we had him on, that, and you maybe rang him and said to him, who's this bozo in Australia?
Yeah. No, I just said, who's this guy? And I watched the interview, and it was a great interview. And you know,
I bring the BMX out, mate. I even bring my BMX out.
yeah, I couldn't believe that, you know, because I didn't even know Chris was into
See?
BMX. I
Muscle
learned so
talks,
much
man.
from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And it's true. It's not how many followers you have; it's who's the followers and the guests that you had before. So it was because of that. You know, it was pretty much Chris that sealed the deal.
Thank you.
That I was going to do your show, because before, I mean, we get
course.
asked by so many different people,
You
and
do.
some people I charge, some people I don't, some people I understand, hey, this is a good business move, and some people it's because of who the guests they had on before. So, you know, kudos to you for that.
Thank you. Let me say something to you. I'll just say, well, I haven't paid anyone, right? And I've been very lucky. And I've been very honest. I said to Chris Cormier said, when he was going to come on, he goes, "Oh, is there any, you know, like payment or something?" And this is what I said. I said, "Chris, you're worth every cent. You're worth more than I could ever give you. We're too small. We're probably not ready for you yet. So when I do get some money in the kitty from the business, I'll come and ask." He goes,
Yeah.
"I'll forget about that. I'm coming on." And that was it. He was on. So, but I didn't say to him, like, I said, "You're worth every cent. I wish I could give you something," and I would.
Yeah.
But I said, to be honest, you know, I just, I don't know. I didn't even think he would accept just my honesty. I think, and my honesty with you and with everyone, I really try to, I mean, I turn up the same guy, but Chris Cormier he was just like, we're doing it. We're doing it, brother. And I said, "Oh, thank you so much." And, you know, we're very lucky. And I think, you know, people like Lee coming on, and then obviously Sean, but Chris, it's allowing you guys to trust me, and it's happening. But he was, I mean, like I said, he asked the right questions. Like I said to you, I'm okay with the right questions. You asked me the right question. I'm not going to sit there and say, like, I just said, "Man, you're worth every cent. I would give you anything you want."
No, and I'm sure because of your honesty, you know, is the reason why he said that. I'm sure if you would have said, "Hey, well, you know, I'm not going to pay you anything. I don't think you're worth it," or anything like that, it would have struck a different nerve. But no, it's just you being honest, the person you are. And like I said, it was pretty much him and watching the interview. And then, like, who is this guy? And he's like, "Oh, no, it was a good interview. You know, it'd be good for him." Like, all right, I got you.
It's funny. So many people are sending me now who I should interview, right? And sometimes they're saying to me, "Get C-Bum on." I said, "C-Bum?"
Yeah.
I said, "I'm lucky if I'm a bit of dust in his SMSs or in his messages. No offense to C-Bum." I said to them, I'm not even close to the amount of messages he's getting and the A-listing that's around him at the moment. And one other guy said, "What did you get?" I do reach out to everyone. I've reached well, to let you know who I've got on next week?
Who's that?
You know who I got on next week?
Who's that?
Frank Zane.
Wow.
I know. I think it's only fair to get him on.
Sure.
I think
that's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
I have to watch that one.
Yeah, I'm going to get Frank Zane on. And what I'm going to do, which I'm going to try to do, is I'm going to ask a great Aussie bodybuilder that has had some hard times himself. I'm going to ask him to come and co-host with me.
Nice.
You know, because he's been a Mr. Australia, he's been a Mr. Universe, and he won't come on my podcast yet. But I said to him, so I haven't told him yet, but I'm going to ask him if he wants to come and co-host, because I'm sure Frank, he's around our age. He's probably your age more. His name is Terry Mitsos. He's so he's probably been on stage with you, but he's been probably at the back there somewhere. But like I said, look, this is what it's about. I think this is what I'm trying to look. Like you said, you didn't even know Chris Cormier did BMXing, and that's why I do a lot of extensive research to make sure I'm not like every other podcast wanting to talk chicken and rice and steroids and even the dark times. We didn't start with your dark times. We went into a lot of stories, but some challenging times. The car crash, then you came back, then your kidneys. You know, you had God, what a word this is! Like a segmental bloody chlorine.
Focal segmental scoliosis.
Mate, it's got I think it's got every letter in the alphabet. I don't know what the hell that is. I got RSI writing it, and I'm sorry if I'm making a joke out of it because I'm an Aussie. We're a bit of smartasses, but and then your leg, can you just give us each part, how you got past it, what happened? And I don't know the story about your leg. And to be honest, if I said to you, seeing Ronnie Coleman the way he is, I feel sad for such a specimen. But like Lee said, if he doesn't feel sorry for himself, I don't feel sorry for him. And I was like, that is completely unfair, the amputation of your leg. I was like, that is bullshit. Like, that is bullshit to me. But like I said, like Lee said, if he doesn't feel sorry for himself, you shouldn't feel sorry for himself. So can you just say, there, car crash, then this, then that. How did you keep going? And tell us about the leg.
Yeah. So, you know, I've always like had this, like, even when I didn't know it, I've always had this drive.
Yeah.
I could never just give up.
Yeah.
And like the car crash, that was rough because, it was written that I was going to be number one that year. I'd done well. I took off. I didn't do the Ironman. I didn't do the Honor Classic that year. And I was just sitting, waiting for the Olympia. And then getting into that car crash was devastating. That, sent me into some really dark thoughts. And I ended up going to the Mr. Olympia that year. And it's like everybody had leapfrogged ahead. Yeah. And I was like, how do I catch these guys? It's like a person running full speed and you have to wait a while. How do I catch them? Because they're not going to slow down for me. Yeah. So, but I didn't know anything better. When I could, I just went back in the gym. I just started training. Only probably, my father in heaven could explain that, but he just put it like a drive in me that just doesn't quit. Yeah. And, the kidney transplant and all the multiple surgeries I had from that, I had like 9 surgeries in 11 weeks. And I was in the hospital for about a year. And, it's interesting. Later on, I realized this, but it's interesting how many life-threatening health problems that I've had.
You have.
And every one of them I fought to come back. Yet I'm thinking that I want to take my life.
Yeah.
I could have easily given up. I could have easily given up when I had the car crash or the kidney transplant or all the surgeries. I could have just easily given up, but I fought.
Well, with Aussie humor, you're a bit of a hypocrite, aren't you?
Very much so. That's the incredible. I mean, to go deeper in that, that's just an incredible ability that Satan can lie and just fool you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that till maybe 2 years ago. Like, dude, but and then the whole leg thing was a shock. I mean, I lived a life of health. I didn't do anything wrong. And they still, to this point, don't know why I lost my leg. I think the last hypothesis from a doctor, use that fancy word, right? Yeah. It's a well thought out ideal. But the last hypothesis is when I had my kidney transplant, they realized that the donor, the girl that was a donor, when they pulled her kidney out, and they had me on the table, they realized that her main artery was too short. So they were going to put it back in her and stitch her up and just wake me up and like, hey, it didn't work out. And one of the doctors had an idea of going into my quad and taking out the main artery in my quad, using that. So that just like was a ripple effect of just surgeries after that. So what they had to do is put a stent in.
Because I heard about the stent thing, that it could have been replaced or it had expired.
So they put a stent in that my right leg was feeding my left leg blood. Yeah. And ironically, 3 days after my kidney transplant, they had to rush me in for emergency surgery to take out a blood clot in my right leg, which I ended up losing from blood clots. But they're now suspecting that plastic tube that they put in started having tiny blood clots, and over time just spitting out tiny blood clots till it was a massive blood clot, and that's why I end up losing my leg. So that's the hypothesis now, and that's the most realistic one because I don't come from a family of having blood problems and coagulating and stuff like that. And now, you know, I have this blood disease that I have to take blood thinners for the rest of my life and fear of blood clots. So also, it's one of the hypotheses that I got this blood disease from all of the blood transfusions that I've had. So back in my when I had my kidney transplant, I had a blood transfusion. So back then, technology wasn't as great as it is now with filtering things out.
Yeah.
So that's also one of the thoughts, because there's no one in my family tree that's living that we know that ever had a blood clot, you know, problem. And even in the hospital, they had me on one of the most I can't think of the name of it, but it's an intravenous blood clotting medication, heparin. Yeah, my wife just told me, she's a nurse. It's called heparin, and it's incredibly strong. You literally have to have two nurses come in and verify everything, because it can kill you. And I actually clotted while I was in a hospital on that. So yeah, the truth is they don't know. But again, I remember my surgeon telling me that, hey, I keep hearing these rumors that you're somebody special. He goes, I'm not going to look. I don't want to know that until everything is over with. I just want to treat you as a regular patient. And I said, I appreciate that. And, you know, it was just weird. Like, you know, I had the honor of, I have a mutual friend who knows Shaquille O'Neal. And that was right around the time that he had lost his sister. So I get a friend from a phone call while I'm in a hospital. He's like, hey, man, the big man want to talk to you. I go, who? And he goes, the big man. So Shaquille gets on the phone and we're FaceTiming.
God.
And I'm like, you know, he's like, hey, man, I just want to let you know I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of you, you know, the cost of how much it costs for your your leg.
What?
And I was like, I was just blown away. My first thing is like, man, my deepest condolence for your sister. And his eyes were just bloodshot red. And he handed the phone back to my friend and just said, hey, don't worry about it. He got you. And thankfully, my insurance kicked in. I was qualified to be disabled from my kidney transplant because it never goes away. Yeah. So even now, you know, I have to be concerned about my kidney function, and I'm getting closer and closer to the kidney failure because the disease is still inside me, trying to ravage my new kidney. So I'm very much aware that having a transplant is very soon for me. Wow. They don't know when, but they know that it's getting worse as time goes on. So that qualified me to be disabled and financially receive money from the government. But I was like, no, I can work. You know, I can still get out here. I can also. So when I lost my leg, that qualified me again, and we just didn't know what was going to go on. I lost my major sponsor when they found out I lost my leg. They just walked away from me and like, hey, we're done. You know, you can't do anything for us anymore. So luckily, being disabled, that insurance kicked in and paid for my leg and all that stuff. But again, you know, it was a few people who had came in my room and phone calls like, man, you know, you think you've done something so far, you know, what you're going to do after this is going to be just, you know, just second to none. And I'd be like, you know, how could you say that? So finally my doctor walked in, he goes, all right, so, you know, we're releasing you. And I went and Googled you, and he goes, wow, you know, the things you've been through and what you've achieved is just mind boggling. But what I see you doing is just like tenfold. And I'm staring at him like, how could you look at me? How could you say that? Yeah. You know, and then I just realized again that, you know, we've all looked at people who are an amputee in one way, and we kind of don't want to stare, but kind of look from the side of our eye like, wow, I wonder what's life for them? What's their story? You know, and you know, again, I just realized that everything that I'd ever went through, no matter how bad it was, prepared me for this moment. And you know, I knew that was going to be just my next platform of just, speaking to amputees and speaking out about and just being honest, showing what my limb looks like without it. I remember amputees contacting me all around the world and like, wow, we never done that, you know. So again, I was just thankful that for one, he allowed me to still be alive because I didn't have to be alive from that. And you know, and just also just being fearful that this is a different platform. Like, you know, I'm very much aware that the the more vocal I am about my belief, the more dark things are going to come at me, right, and try to shut me up. And that's fearful for me in my flesh. But I got to remember that, you know, Jesus conquered everything, and it's not me getting through it; it's through Him that I get through those things. But as a human, I fear those things sometimes. But I gotta lean on Him in doing that. And again, I just when people ask me how do you keep going, I don't have an answer other than just purely because of Him. Yeah, Him, you know, just enabling me to be able to do it. There's absolutely no other answer I can give a person. Because yeah, that is just out of everything I've been through. You know, losing my leg is probably one of the. Yeah, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And just life of having, you know, to be conscious of where bathrooms are, and you know, for me, like I said, it was amazing. Just thousands of amputees reached out to me and told me their story, and listening to all of them, what I understood, like some had like never had any pain at all, and then some other like, man, I've been living at a level 10 for the last 10 years. And I was like, Jesus. And at that time I was at a 10 every day. For over a year I was at a level 10 of pain. And I just remember thinking, wow, seeing other amputees being able to run and walk without any pain, and like, wow, I wonder what that's like. But I'm like, well, I'm going to have to live my own life, and this is going to be my own story of what I go through. So just being transparent with interviews and on my own Instagram page about what I'm going through and struggling, and just trying to have somebody else who may not have no platform at all, you know, look at, you know, me and like, wow, you know, I'm not the only one. I'm not crazy. I'm not weak. You know, he's just like me, and he's done those things. So again, just, you know, understanding that my story and, you know, going through those things is going to help other people. And, you know, I've always been a big mouth as a Christian, saying I want to help people. I just want to help people. I just truly just want to help people. And, you know, it's like a saying, you know, when you ask God, you know, give me someone to love, He'll put people in your life that's unlovable, and make you struggle in loving them. You know, you ask for money, He'll make you poor, you know, and struggle with what that's like. So, you know, here I am asking to help people. And He's like, all right, here's this, you know, now work through it and, you know, and help people.
Well, I reckon you are Flex Wheeler. Like, it's not your exterior's got nothing to do with you, man. I might look at you, like listening to you talk. I just keep seeing, obviously the Sultan of Symmetry, but you are truly Flex Wheeler. Like, fuck the exterior, you are Flex Wheeler. You know what I think? Because you said you're doing a podcast, right? I
Yeah.
reckon your podcast, I've got it for you. Chris, listen to this one for him. Tell me what you think. Yours should be about every sport, every person that has had something taken away from them but still in the game. That's who you should be talking to, not just bodybuilders. You are
Oh,
not. You're supposed to talk to bodybuilders. You
yeah.
can,
Yeah.
you can, but
No.
you've got to be talking to basketball greats. You got to
Yeah.
talk. You got to go to the enchalant of, the like the greats that we remember, that actually they are still the greats, but because how we perceive them because of our judgment from watching from far. But once you get to hear their story, and I think that's what your podcast should be about.
Yeah, definitely.
because I think a bodybuilding podcast, not to say, I mean, it sounds like I've got a bodybuilding podcast, but if I told you, I had Monica Brandt on here, right? Go listen to her podcast. The first 45 minutes is Bible study. I even said to her, Monica, I've got the most beautiful girl in the world and I'm doing Bible study with her. She had me crying. I was actually crying and she kept telling me, and she brought her cowboy husband in and she goes, Steve, what's his name? Brad, something his name starts with B. She goes, tell him what we've been talking about. I said, Philippians, Thessalonians, Job. And he was just smiling away. And she said before the podcast we had, and she doesn't even know me, she goes, me and my husband prayed that this would be a God-powering podcast. So if I told you how many people have spoken about God on this podcast, you'd be amazed. You know what I mean?
No, I'm aware. I'm going to interview amputees. I'm going to interview people who are suicidal. I'm going to interview people who had millions and lost it. I'm going to interview people who was on welfare. So I've had all these various different hats that I've worn in life, good and bad. I can speak to those people because I've been there. Yeah. Unlike maybe some bodybuilders who are just a bodybuilder and that's all that they have to offer. I'm very aware that my spectrum is very broad. So
you're very lucky.
It's not. We've agreed on that. Me and my team, we agreed. No, we will interview people from every walks of life that I dealt with life with, and hopefully have them be, brutally honest and tell their honest story because of. A lot of us, they see all the glitz and the glory that we've lived. They have no idea about the grit and the glory that it took to get there. And when you share, when people empower you, that put you up on whatever platform, when they give you that power, because we empower people. That's how they're that. Yeah. When they empower you, and then you tell about the struggles you had to get there, now you're humanized because we empower these people that we can never do what they do. Like Kobe, I empower him like one of the greats. Can never be a basketball player. Yeah. But when he speaks about his struggles that he went through, now he's a human and we can identify with each other. So that's I know that's truly my calling and what we're going to be about with my podcast. So definitely.
Even there's a great basketballer in America and I think he's African, but he grew up in Greece. I forgot, he's got a Greek surname. And he talks about Greece giving him a scholarship. And then from there, he ended up in the NBA in America, and he's one of the best basketballers. I'll send you his name. But there's stories like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Where a country takes somebody on, believes in them, they're poor, and then that...
Oh, there's so many stories, There's another basketball player I know. His name is Giannis.
That's
him?
That's him.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know his story. Incredible. He was a ball boy, for the basketball teams and all that stuff. So, a great guy, incredibly passionate. He looks like he's truly a gentleman. But, those are the type of people that I'm going to reach out to.
You can get them on because you are Flex Wheeler.
I'm hoping so.
No, man, you got him. You got him. Once you find your genre, once you find it, and that's when, like I said, you get your. Look, I'm talking like I'm a know-it-all. I'm not, man. I'm just taking on the world. I'm going to take on the world. Like I said, I just want a good story at the end. And that guy Marcus said once. This is what he said. He goes, people live till 30, but they get buried at 80. For the next 50 years, they do nothing in their lives. So in other words, they live until they're 30, and at 30, they die. But they're buried when they're 80. Yeah. So, man, let's not allow this. But let's go over some of the questions, because it's only fair, because that also works. Phil Strong, Badbitsky, said, what is Flex's strategy to becoming successful and to retain that success?
Wow. Now it's about creating revenue streams.
Yep.
So understanding that, like we said, the game has changed completely where, a lot of guys who built the sports, we don't get the big contracts anymore. It's the influencers and stuff like that. So it's not like before where, I can have one major contract and that just carries me through because it's so much. So it's creating revenue streams and then understanding, unlike an athlete, I want immediate money and guaranteed money. Where now I'm thinking like, okay, how much will this create over time? versus having it immediate now. So those are my strategies now,
Okay.
and just trying to be smarter with my money. Not going and blowing it off on crazy things anymore like I did when I was younger.
I've got it here. Perfect. We've answered Mike Morris's before. And then we've got, Dustin Carrison. He had a lot of questions. He's got about 6 of them. They're up in our stories. He said, how did you build symmetry and portion with so much balance? How did you do that?
So, that's just a God-given gift. That's just in my genes. There's no way that you can build symmetry to have a small waist and and to flow. So more so to me, what that means is it's a pleasing physique to look at. All of us are gifted. Dorian's gifted by being able to carry extreme muscle in dry condition. Ronnie didn't have the great symmetry, which he admittedly says I had a greater, body than him, but he just outworked me. He was just gifted, just having just that drive, that tenacity, and also in his gene pool of being able to carry ungodly muscle and condition.
Yeah.
So we all have our gifts. It's nothing you can do. I used to joke, and people like, man, I want to have symmetry like you. I'm like, well, you need to figure out some type of hanky panky where you're reborn with my parents, because it comes from them. It comes from that. Just like Shaquille O'Neal didn't do anything. His work ethic didn't do anything to make him 7'1". It was in his genes, right? Yeah. And then based on that, he found out what sport works for his body type. He didn't try to be a skateboarder or a rocket scientist, even though he got his doctors later on. It was basketball. He figured that out. So a lot of us, we're gifted, but we figure out what sport we're blessed in, and then we're able to do some great things from that.
Wow. Well, he asked another question, which is probably a very similar answer. How did you get in great shape year after year?
You know what? Like I said, back then, we just believed in just hard work, and there's no chemistry or anything like that that's going to hold you over long term, other than just hard work, consistent hard work. And we enjoyed it. It was not like it was a struggle or being upset we had to go in the gym. I couldn't wait to get in the gym and just literally tear the gym apart. I wanted the gym to be destroyed when I walked out of it. We just loved hard work. And I think that hard work, like I said, a diamond, through its pressure and heat and all that, created this amazing thing. And I think that's probably the biggest difference from our time versus now. I'm not saying there's not some incredibly hardworking athletes out there in bodybuilding. I know there are. But again, it's not only the hard work, it's also being gifted with these different, attributes.
You did hard work. I'm just thinking to myself, that's why I never competed, because I had the hard work.
And it's that focus on just channeling in on one thing, and just like, there's no back door. A lot of us who now and then and now, there's no back door for us. There's no second, like, okay, if I don't make it here, I'm going to do this. They're all in. I know a lot of the athletes now, Hani, all these guys, they're all in. There's no back door,
Well, the thing is as well that, just fix my glasses. The thing is, there's only 5% of that in the world. That's why it's very short, a small number.
Sure.
I wasn't even the 5% of that. Maybe I'm the 5% of something else, but in the bodybuilding game, I was not that 5%. That's why sometimes when you talk, Milosh talks, sometimes we're wondering, only when we hear it from you, we realize, all right, we're happy to check out at the moment. Like, we're not there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, you just got to realize that some people force the issue, and they're the ones that we look up on stage like, man, you might be in great condition, you might have great muscle, but this sport ain't for you.
Yeah.
You're never going to achieve, what you're looking for. So.
It is that. What was your best training split program?
God, the 4 on 1 off.
4 on.
Yeah, 4 on 1 off, because that means we trained 6 days a week and only had 1 day off. Actually, when you look at training, 4 days, taking one day off and then you train 2 more days that week. And the truth is, I mean, we even went in the gym on our days off. I just couldn't get enough of it. I just, you know, even if I just went out on my day off and did abs, I just lived, slept, and ate it. I just knew I had nothing else going for me. So I was just like head blinders. I'm all in this. I got nothing left, and I'm going like hell, Bill.
Don't you think though, bodybuilding today is all about fear mongering? Like literally scares us. Like they go, if you're not sleeping and if you're not eating and if you're not at the gym and if you don't do only 45 minutes and you don't have a rest day, mate, in my 20s, first and foremost, I loved going out, but I did not let go of the gym, even though I loved going out. I loved the girls. I did not give up the girls for the gym. I went out and I trained hard. I loved my Harley Davidson. I rode that, but I went to the gym. Like, it was brushing my teeth, having a shower, going to the gym, and everything else. But these guys literally are saying, if you're not up at 5 a.m, I've never heard Richard Branson, Steve Jobs tell me they were up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like if they decided, if they worked all night, they worked all night. If they slept on the floor, they slept on the floor. Like,
that's for them. It's not for everybody.
Yeah, but these guys,
push that on everybody.
But these guys aren't even Olympians. These guys don't even have a bicep. These guys, like, literally are saying to us, they're scaring us. Like I said, they're sitting in front of a gym saying, like I said, sitting in front of a bank, hiring a house, hiring a car, and they're telling us something and they're scaring us like, I fucking got it wrong. Wrong.
And you know, in that word, that Achilles no, and that lies where.
Sorry about my swearing, by the way. Sorry about my swearing.
Oh no! And that lies where we need to be comfortable and who we empower.
Yeah.
You know, we just need to. But yeah, if just because that worked for you, don't mean it's going to work for somebody else.
But half of them aren't even doing it themselves. They're lying to us and they're scaring us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I look at some of your workouts in the past, everyone's, even myself. I swung like crazy sometimes, but I grew. These guys are talking about don't swing. Mate, sometimes we have to swing.
Oh, man. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to. I mean,
to push those other 3 more reps, sometimes throw everything at
your whole body, you're doing curls, your whole body, your legs, your quads, everything's coming into play. Yeah, definitely. That's just going at it. Yeah.
I mean, these guys are hilarious. So who was your biggest rival?
Myself.
Yeah, I knew that you'd say that. You know who was funny? You all say that. Even Lee Priest goes, fucking no one was my rival. I was my own rival.
Of course.
Yeah. You all say it though. Milosh, it's in sync, the whole lot of you. Not one has said another bodybuilder, where we will talk about other people, not you guys. You guys were like myself.
Yeah, that's interesting, but no, it's true.
Yeah, no, all of you are on the same page. What was your highest body weight on stage and off stage?
Off stage, 298.
Yep.
Which is hard to imagine, almost 300 pounds.
Yep.
On stage was 257 and 99 at the English Grand Prix.
What's 99?
1999.
1999.
English Grand Prix, I was 257.
English Grand Prix, all right. I'm just writing this down. GP. What was your show? I'm figuring best show, he's asking, and the year that you looked your best.
Yeah, you know, for me, argumentably, 98 Arnold Classic or 99 English Grand Prix.
So 90, what'd you say, 98?
98 Arnold Classic.
Arnold, yep.
Or 99 English Grand Prix.
English, okay. Why?
So a lot of people will argue and say it's 93. You know, for me, I was just a bigger version. I wasn't as dry and as hard, but I was just a bigger version of myself, and the conditioning was there. In 99, actually, me and Ronnie actually weighed the same weight.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, he had admitted, you know, we're sitting backstage after prejudging, and his girlfriend ran backstage, and we're in England. And his girlfriend ran backstage, and she was like, Ronnie, Plex is whooping your ass on stage. He's like, I know. I'm like, man, we know what's going to happen. You know, we know what's going to happen. We know you're going to win, you know. But he just acknowledged to it. But we're actually the same way. I was just ungodly full, striated. I was just like, man, yeah. I think that's probably the best I ever looked. Just not just sheer condition, but just sheer roundness, fullness, condition. Yeah, it was something to behold. It was something else.
I can see by that smile. Well, I'll ask that. That's it for the questions. I think I've covered them all. I'm just having a quick look. I said this to Lee once. I told him, how do you feel about what Jay Cutler said about you? How do you feel about what Ed Connor said about you? So I'm going to ask you, and we'll see if you have the same answer. What do you think about the recent... what do you think about people like Ronnie Coleman saying that... Oh, I've got to find it where he said it, but he said that you are the best bodybuilder he's ever seen. Like he and also Arnold Schwarzenegger said the same thing. I apologize, I can't find exactly where I wrote it. 1 second, I'm just seeing it. Hang on. No, I can't find it. I'm gonna but I just know Ronnie Coleman and Arnold. How do you feel when you hear those two greats mentioned as you're their best?
Yeah, like I said before, I think people just want to be accepted for who they are, but even more so for Arnold being a person who never says anyone done anything better than him.
Yeah.
And for him to say, when I won the Honor Classic, I'm one of the greatest bodybuilders of all time.
Yeah.
That's just the accolades from him and what he achieved as an actor and where he came from, his roots. That was better than winning any show. Yeah. And then having people that I did incredible battle with, give me such great comments. Again, they rival winning the title more. They carry weight. Again, like, we're kind of saying, like, Phil doesn't get the just due, and he's a 7-time Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
Versus here I am getting all these accolades, and I didn't even achieve what he achieved on stage. And that's what he's upset and missing, the accolade. Yeah. He won the title, and he is that guy, but it's the respect that comes along with it.
Yeah.
So to have this respect for these people and have them say such, incredible things, me and Ronnie were texting each other on Father's Day, and, we were talking about, what we've been through, and he's like, yeah, man, God's been fighting for us. He's been good to us. And he's like, man, I just want to thank you again for being my best friend. And I wouldn't have none of this if it wasn't for you. And I was like, no, well, Ronnie, I just told you what I did. You're the one who did the hard work. He goes, yeah, but if it wasn't for you, I would be none of this. So for him to achieve everything he has, all the success and all the travel and being known as the greatest Miss Olympia of all times, and for him to say that we've been at seminars in different parts of the world, and he would stop everything and be like, I got to acknowledge this guy over here for what he done to me. I mean, getting that type of accolade is just like, come on, man, that just carries a tons of weight, even more weight than the actual title would.
Well,
to have that type of respect.
Lee Priest said the same thing. He said, trophies mean nothing. People that speak about you has higher degree. Like he was just saying, that's what it's about. He said, to hear that from people that he admires and respects and knows, they know people, they know athletes, they've seen enough in the sport to be spoken about like that. He says it's more than a trophy, more than a competition.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, no.
100%.
Since we're coming towards the end now, but I've got two more things, then we're going to go over the body. Okay. But in 2017, you competed in Classic, and that's where C-Bum came along, obviously, and won his first Olympia, which is quite ironic. And I've got you on. You came 15th. How was that? And why did you do that?
So, I Achilles, no. I'd always, people have always said, man, why don't you come back? Why don't you come back? And I would always joke and be like, if you known the scars that are all over my body from surgeries, it would be too embarrassing. It's been like I've been in a fight with Freddy Krueger and Jason. It's like they both took their turns just having their way with me, and I would never display those scars. And as I went through more in life, and they opened up that division, I was like, I'm going to do this because people are aware of a lot of the things that I've been through. And I just want to be able to go back on stage and say, hey, listen, if I've been through all these things and I can challenge myself to get back on the greatest stage in the world, I hope this at least enables you to just to be able to get up tomorrow. Because for some of us, it's just hard getting out of bed. You've been through your dark times. It's hard leaving the house.
I never
sometimes
left the
we
house
say,
for 2.5 years.
day by day. Yeah, sometimes we say live day by day. Sometimes it's second by second. And I just want to try to, again, just be a beacon of light. And that was my speech, on stage. It's like, no, this is not about me. It's just about those people that can relate to what real struggles and real darkness is. That if I can prevail and get up here in front of all you and display all of my weaknesses and everything that I have, hopefully that just enables you just to say, hey, okay, I'm going to be here till tomorrow. And then I'm going to be here for the next day, then the next day, and then the next day. Or, if I've been through this surgery, if I have this life-threatening disease that eventually that I'm going to lose to, at least I'm going to live today. I'm not going to be waiting at home to answer the door when death comes knocking. I'm going to be like, you're going to have to wait till I get back. I'm out living, and that's just was my drive in going back on stage. It wasn't about, my placing or anything like that. It was just trying to be like, just hope for people, not for people who's okay. Just hope for people, it's like when you talk, only certain people hear you, or you're only talking to those people. The other people who can't relate, I'm happy that you can't relate to a lot of my stories. That means that you haven't been through some really bad times. I'm happy for you. But there's certain people who's going to hear me and it's going to resonate with them. And those are the people that I'm talking to.
100%. I found what Arnold Schwarzenegger said, to make it only fair for the podcast. He says he describes you as the greatest bodybuilder he had ever seen. And Ronnie Coleman has stated that Wheeler was the best bodybuilder he ever competed against. And I mean, and obviously a lot of admirations there. Also, I wanted to ask you quickly, tattoos. What made you get tattoos? I got tattoos.
Yeah.
You got tattoos late in life, I'm assuming. But
yeah,
what are the reasons for the tattoos? And I mean, Lee Priest obviously he's got a lot of tattoos too, but you got,
he went off. He went off on a different level.
Yeah.
I used to jokingly say it's my evil side peeking out.
Yeah.
I don't joke about stuff like that anymore. It was actually, I remember it was a video.
Yeah.
Of a rapper who had some really unique tattoos that he had just for that video, and it just dawned on me like, wow, man, that's amazing. And I started looking at different tattoo artists, because it's like, it's like a bad haircut. It's worse. Bad tattoo is not going away.
Oh yeah.
Back then it was no tattoo removal.
Yeah.
And I remember going to this one tattoo artist and I'm like, hey, I want something like this. And he looked at me and he didn't know that much about me, but he knew I was a retired bodybuilder. And he was like, no, man, we need to like how your muscles are, how like your shoulders, we need to curve around like your cervix, and it needs to loop around your bicep like this. We can't just like stick it on you.
Yeah.
And that was just the start of it. But, I will say it's something that's incredibly contagious.
It is contagious, man.
It's like once you get one, then you get another, then you get another, then you get another. I'm happy that, like, I see a lot of people with tattoos and they don't flow together. It's like one here about this and one part of it. So I'm happy like all mine, kind of flow together. But it just started getting out of control, just getting my chest done and, my upper back and part of my neck. And then I realized, I was like, and I've seen enough guys older with tattoos, they didn't look the same as they did when they were younger. And I'm like, I'm not going to have this muscle mass for forever. These tattoos are going to sag like my muscles. I'm like, I better quit while I'm ahead. So, but it is a very contagious thing for me. It was hard to stop.
Well,
I still like sometimes think about it.
Yeah, no, I've got a few tattoos myself, but I do believe, like you said, I'll be honest with you. I don't like all tattoos out there. I'm the first. I don't think I'm not an ad. I'm not a I'm not a person to sit there and go and get tattoos and like it's all about that. Even when young people tell me about tattoos, I always say to them, listen, do you have a story? Do you feel something about it? Until then, all you're doing is getting paint done. So even for me, I don't think I'm done. The reason I don't think I'm done, and I don't know if I'm going to get another one, but the reason I don't think I'm done is I think if I become a granddad, I'm going to have a reason to put something there. Maybe check out the astrology and then go, oh, you know what, I'm going to put it here because I've always wanted one, but my grandchild has got this and I'm going to do the astrology. Or I don't know what it is, I don't know. But I've actually, just down on my wrist here, I've actually got my Harley Davidson on there. And because I've owned it for 30 years, I thought it should get its own tattoo on my wrist. So
nice.
Yeah, so
30 years, nice.
Yeah, 30 years, man. It's a 91 Fat Boy, and it's the same year that Arnold Schwarzenegger did Terminator 2 when he had the black Fat Boy. Remember the black Fat Boy?
Yeah, that was the first Harley I ever had. Was a Fat Boy, a black one.
You did?
Yeah, that's the first Harley I ever had.
Well, I've still got mine. It's ruby red on red, 91.
I sold mine after my car accident because I had realized, like, wow, if a car accident can do this to me, we all know if you ever lay your bike down, you're gonna get road scars, and it's gonna never go away. And it just dawned on me at that time, like, if a car can do this to me, what happens if I ever get hit on my bike? It's gonna be worse. And it just, at that moment, while I was still recovering, I was trying to sell it and end up giving it back to Harley Davidson, and they took it on consignment and they ended up selling it for me. So that was my first bike. I got a poster of it in my house of me sitting on it for a poster they used.
Where's the poster?
Oh, it's in the other part of the house.
All right. Well, to be honest, that were the posters we loved. We loved bodybuilders on Harley Davidsons. That's why I bought a Harley Davidson, because I loved bodybuilders.
It used to be one of the 8x10 resales that I used to sell. Yeah, me sitting on a Harley in front of a parking lot with all this art on it, and I have a black vest on and some jean shorts and black boots. Yeah.
Oh, mate, you even had earrings one stage.
Oh yeah, sure.
I've got earrings now. Yeah. I've got earrings going on.
Yeah, I still wear them. I just don't have them on.
Oh, yeah.
I used to always wear them. I'd never be seen without them. But yeah,
there was a few people like yourself. Even like I said, I keep mentioning. I mean, I don't know who's friends with who in there. But even I said to Lee one time. I said to Lee, "Do you think you're David Beckham? I mean, you've had blonde hair. You've done this. You've done even yourself. You were a bit of a fashionista too. Like you guys were a little bit, you were rebels as well at the same time, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. The 90s were crazy.
Yeah, the 90s.
Just the colors we wear. I mean, I wouldn't be caught in a dark alley with some of the outfits I wore back then. Just the one piece, spandex outfits.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Just wearing a pink and fluorescent colored, tights. I'd definitely be titled as a different person other than a heterosexual right now if I was seen in those things. Definitely.
You'd be surprised. The woke community might like it. I don't know, mate. I don't know, but
no, I get people all the time like, man, why don't you bring those back? Bring those one piece back. Bring those tights back. And I'm like, nah, I'm good.
The good old. You know what I wish they bring back? The MC Hammer pants. They were really cool back then. Those big MC Hammer pants.
Yeah. Yeah. We had those in bodybuilding for a while too.
Yeah,
similar pants.
That was so cool. Well, let's go over the body. We're reached towards the end now. It's been a wonderful conversation, and I am going to use you as my friend to get Ronnie Coleman on. By the way, I'm just letting you know that in the future.
For sure.
All right, I'm going to use the people I know now. So just remember that. Let's go over the body. Let's go over the body. All right. One body part I'm going to mention. All I need is one exercise, sets and reps. Like you can, all right? So very simple. You'll understand once I start. Traps. What exercise, how many sets, how many reps? One.
Traditional shrugs. Now I believe in higher reps because it doesn't cause injury. So 4 sets, 20 reps.
Okay. Now we're going delts. I'm going to go rear delts for now.
Rear delt machine.
Yep.
Easily 4 sets, 20 reps.
Okay. Side delts.
That's going to be side laterals, very easily side laterals. I traditionally believe in turning the thumb all the way down.
Yep.
Because your shoulder can only go so far. You turn it this way, you can go all the way up. So thumb all the way down, 4 sets, 20 reps.
And I'm just going to segue out for a second. How come all you 90s guys and 80s guys, even though you're not as big as you were, fair enough, but you all got 6-packs still? How come you still got 6-packs? I'm struggling.
I got like a 3 right now.
Oh.
I've been really lagging on my food.
Jesus Christ,
man.
You know,
I mean, it's,
Rick Aspari, he's showing off his abs. Milosh is showing off his abs. Everyone's showing off their abs.
Yeah, Ronnie shows off his.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just hard. I mean, being at a certain level, it's just hard to fully just let yourself go.
Can't,
it is just hard. Like even now I'm starting like, man, you need to get back on a horse.
Yeah.
Instead of like, I'm done. I'm just gonna just be all, out of shape. Yeah, it's just in us. I think the same drive that we had as a kid still drives us somewhat now as we're older.
Yeah, I get it. Because I was watching your arm then. I said, he looks a little lean at the moment. Looks like he's probably got his abs still. Front delts.
It's going to be front lateral raises.
Yep.
I'll even going at an angle because that front muscle is at an angle that's slanted.
Yep.
So just coming in, either both forms at the same time or alternate. 4 sets, 20 reps.
Okay. A back exercise. What's a good back exercise? One exercise.
I'll tell you one that we all did in the 90s, and I think it really helped us with our rear double bicep, and that's rear behind the neck pull downs.
Really?
I hardly see anybody doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And I really think.
How come?
I really think that was a huge reason. A lot of us had great double biceps back then. But a lot of people now, they're just thinking about width. They're just doing a lot of width movements.
I know.
And not a lot of inner and back movements or upper back movements. Yeah.
How many sets, reps?
Same. It's going to be pretty much down the road, 4 sets, 20 reps.
Okay. We won't repeat that then. We'll just keep going. But let me guess, chest, because the funniest thing is everyone's like, not that you're going to use this exercise, but everyone's flat bench press, barbell bench press. Why? Everyone's stop.
Incline.
What's that?
No, incline bench.
Would you use dumbbells or barbell?
So it's a different feel. I would use both. It's just a complete different feel.
Okay.
With barbells, you don't have to worry about struggling to balance them. It's all done. With dumbbells, you have to worry about that. So you're going to be using a lot of the muscles, but it's still going to be incline. You hardly ever see a person who has a weak lower or middle chest.
Okay.
It's always their upper chest.
Mine is.
That's failing them. So we would always back then do incline benching, and we'd bring it to our chin, not to our chest.
Yeah.
We'd bring it up to our chin. Yeah.
Okay. Bicep.
I'm going to have to go with just alternating dumbbell curls.
Yeah.
That was probably just, and just to say for the record, training arms was the most boringest thing in the world for me because it came so easy. It's just a few reps and I'd have a crazy pump. So it wasn't something I'd struggled at. Legs was something I just furiously loved training. And it used to be one of the weakest body parts and it ended up being one of my best body parts toward my career. So yeah, just to put that out there.
Okay. Tricep.
Triceps are going to be just push downs, crushers. That's another movement I just don't see people doing anymore. It's skull crusher because that's the entire horseshoe, the inner, outer, and the middle tricep.
So true. So true. They don't even do kickbacks anymore. Remember the kickback days?
No, Yep. Yep. Yeah.
I don't know why. Forearms.
You know what? I never trained forearms. Just through doing my bicep movements, my forearms would be on fire
Yep.
just from the grip of holding it and everything. So I never really had to do that,
That's
even
okay.
though I never really thought of it. But when I look at pictures now, it's like, geez, man, my forearms were crazy, back then. But no, they would just be on fire from doing arms.
Yeah. Most people don't do them. Abs, a good ab exercise.
Ab crunches, just having the cable crossover, reaching up, grabbing the cable crossover, getting on your knees, and just crunching to the front, crunching to the side, crunching to the side, and doing 20 of each.
Lovely. Quads.
Um, that's going to be a hard one. It's going to be between leg extensions or leg press. And I always believed in so my inner thighs were always pretty powerful. So I would actually do sumo style with my squats and my leg presses and all that. But just certain movements, like I used to do a lot of unilateral movements for my legs also. But it would be between leg extensions and leg press.
Wow. Hamstring.
So alternating hamstrings, what I would do is, like, if you lay on the bench the way it's designed, I would actually lay on the side, on one side, and I would just do one hamstring at a time.
Oh, yep.
So I did a lot of unilateral hamstring exercises. So it would be either laying or standing.
Oh, lovely. I spelt it wrong, so I'm fixing my spelling, even though no one sees my notes. Glutes. The famous glutes we all talk about now.
You know what? Step ups.
Step ups, huh?
Step up and lunges. Yeah.
Yep.
And also, depending on how you do your squats, if you bring your legs closer in, it's going to engage your glutes. But, for me, it was step ups and lunges.
Step ups and lunges. Calves.
So that was interesting. Calves is what I would do 60s. So I would do 20, drop the weight, 20, drop the weight, and that would be 60. That would be one set. I would do 4 sets of that. And I did, probably if I was to pick one, it would probably be seated.
Seated. Yep, that's a good one. Now, I'm just going to sound technical, tibialis.
Tibialis.
That's the front of your calf. That's the front end. You probably didn't train it, mate, but
yeah, you know what? My frontal and side calf were great, but that was from martial arts, just to jumping and kicking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always had. It was always tremendous.
Well, time to promote yourself. Where can we find you, and what are you doing now?
So now I have my nutrition company, which is called Flex Wheeler Nutrition. You can just Google that. We do have some products online, but I'm mostly out of the United States. Still doing a lot of keynote speaking, morale boosting, just sharing my story, trying to be inspirational with that. And now I'm starting my podcast. So that's kind of my things I'm doing now, and just kind of, if I can, just creating other small revenue streams that I can. So kind of a old saying, a jack of all trades, a master of many.
And where can they find you? What's your handle? IG handle, websites?
So on my Instagram, it's official Flex Wheeler. That's my tag on all of them. My YouTube, as I think, is Flex Wheeler TV.
Yep.
But from there, you can find all the rest of my Facebook is going to really be hard because they haven't certified me yet. So unfortunately, last I checked, there's like over 80 Flex Wheelers with all my pictures and my birth and all that stuff. So that's going to be a little bit more hard, but you can find me easily through my Instagram page, which again is official Flex Wheeler.
And before I say goodbye, we do this with everyone because we've got it up on our page. You might be happy to know that we've got mental health tips up on our page, and
yeah,
we just launched 111 podcasts. It's 111 this week. And I think we started at 3 podcasts in, so we've got about 107 mental health tips from all the athletes. So if you don't mind, have a moment, have a think, look at the camera and just, if you could say, like, my best mental health tip. It's just a tip. If you could share a tip with the people watching. So, yeah, if you want, you could say your best mental health tip is. It could be anything. I would say, for me, I would say go for a walk, let your eyes see, let your ears listen, talk to people. If you need to go see a psychologist, do so. Hit the gym. Maybe that's what I would say. But I'll leave it to you. What, Flex? Go for it.
Yeah. Now, my mental health tip is do not listen to the voices in your head. Those are the worst things that's going to be talking to you. Do not. And then understand that you are not the only one. Do not let the evil one deceive you with his lies. Don't believe it. Fight it. And just, if it's second by second, live second by second. That second by second will become minute by minute, and it'll become hour by hour, and you'll get through it if you just continue. Just continue fighting. Do not give up, no matter what. Do not give up, no matter how dark it is, no matter how loud the voices are saying for you to do it. Always just revel and just resisting and fighting back. And like the biggest thing I said is do not listen to the voices that are talking to you. If you hear anything that's talking negative, understand where that is coming from and just try to look for the light. At the end of the day, honestly, you need to find your faith in God. That's the only way that we're going to survive this. It's actually nothing that we can survive on our own without his help. So in a deeper meaning of what I'm really saying is I just pray that you guys all find your faith in my Father in heaven. And through that, you can conquer anything in life, absolutely anything.
Amen. We did it, man. I think we broke a record. I think we've gone 4 hours.
Yeah.
So we broke a record, bro. We've done Arnold's. We've done the Arnold's. Well,
listen again. I appreciate it. I appreciate the platform that you're giving us to be able to express ourselves, and also more so your unwillingness to give up. When I wasn't responding, or I would give just short answers.
You did.
Your perseverance and being able to get me on. So, and I'm happy that I finally made it happen. Actually, the worst thing I kept thinking is because I know it was a tremendous time difference.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, like, you're going to want me to be in your daytime, where that's going to hurt me because it would be in my middle of the night. No. So, when I finally said yes, and you said, can we lock in 4 p.m.? I'm like, oh yeah. Wow, 5 p.m. was like, oh yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
You're the star, man. We
wish you all the success.
We got up at 4 a.m. for Chris Cormier. So we're not going to shake you guys up. We got to shake ourselves up. You guys do what you could pick whatever time if you told me if I had to be on at 1 a.m. in the morning, I would have been 1 a.m. in the morning for you.
Well, I appreciate it, and we got it done, and I wish you just the most success, and just I pray that your kids continue on their journey of just the greatness that they're doing, and at the end of the day, just understanding the greatest thing we can do is just be a great human being, and just understand it's not a black or white thing. It's just us, just all just trying to understand each other, accept each other for our weaknesses, and just truly understanding that there's only one race. It's just a human race. That's it. It's, like it says in the Bible, we're meant to rule over everything flying in the air and everything swimming in the sea. It's just one race. It's just a human race.
What was your grandmother's name?
Ethel Pearl Wheeler.
Well, I think we dedicate this podcast to Ethel for teaching me that there's only one thing to know out there, and that's it's good and bad.
It is. I mean, I'm sure of white people who would love to kill you, or
100%.
Black people in every other race. So what's the common denominator? Yeah, it's just, and the essence of it is it's just evil and good, and there's a great war going on for our spiritual souls. I mean, people, some people believe that there is a God. Most people believe there is a devil, but they don't believe that there's a war going on, and all these other things that we're going through are just distractions, so, but thank you for the opportunity.
Hey guys, another podcast done with another wonderful guest. They're all greats, no matter who they are. So, to continue what we're doing and to keep supporting you and bringing the very best, if you could subscribe, hit the notification bell, press like, it only helps us to grow this channel even further. We really appreciate the support, and to go and find more all around the world. Bring them here to Muscle Talks podcast and share real, raw, and honest conversation around a sport we love, bodybuilding. Please subscribe. Thank you for watching this podcast. Thank you for watching all podcasts. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. So subscribe, hit the notification bell, like, and continue watching us here on YouTube or listening to us here on Spotify.